caution, cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the. Wake up, get out the sheets. We came for war, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Not so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls, let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch mine, please use caution. Beg, please get on your knees. Came from the jungle, up in the trees. I got a few tricks up in the sleeve. One wrong move, I'ma let out the. Big shoes, check out the crease. Blow like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till he step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Not so tough, but mans keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls, let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch mine, please use caution. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear him chat to the noise. Can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys. Nice keep walking, yeah. Just too sharp with the prize. Let her tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch mine, please use caution.
Good morning, everybody, or afternoon, evening. Jesus, I need to like scoot my chair back. Oh, hold on. I don't like how that looks. You can't see me in my snow globe. Good morning, good afternoon. Hey, 76 Bellamy font, pink buns. Oh, let me pin that. I appreciate you. Lazy Paolo, gas station sushi, nothing but love. Baroque no Yami. You're gonna break your woman's heart, Yami. Halloween Town, Panda. Jennifer, Long White, Darkness Rises. Hi, how's everyone doing? How are y'all? Spaghetti. Good morning, Emma, Faye, and Jessica. Bunnies, 49 and friggin' fabulous. We're going to do some lore today, guys. I like some lore. This is from the We're All Insane podcast. This is Roz. I don't know what I think of this outfit. It's not my favorite. I don't necessarily love it, but, you know, choices were made. Groomed into feudalism. We'll see if I get in trouble for this, but I feel like we need context. We need to know Roz's story since, you know, she no longer trauma dumps.
Hi, my name is Rosie, and I was groomed into feudalism. And
that's how we started. We're just jumping right in. This is how I first saw Roz. What in the actual fuck? I remember this. She's so ridiculous in this interview. Choices were made. Oh, she won't let the host talk. That's typically how she acts with other people. Oh, yeah, let's talk about Roz for a second. I mean, we're going to be talking about Roz for hours, but you know what I mean. She did do a couple Instagram stories. I swear to Bob, if this woman does not go on a walk when she gets back, she needs to be booped in the snoot. She's out there in the woods, no walker in sight. Her shadow looked pretty skinny. I was surprised. Whatever, mind your business. But she's out there in the woods, no walker. She's going. She's going. Real weird that we can't walk down the sidewalk with our walker, but we can walk through the woods to get suckled. Found it interesting. Do you really think that was her shadow? No, that's what I'm saying. I was very confused. That looked like a skinny shadow. Like, sometimes you see a shadow and you're like, fat shadow, skinny shadow. It was a skinnier shadow. I don't think it was Roz's shadow.
Long story. So I guess I'll start with childhood.
I don't know. I haven't watched this all the way through. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I have no idea. I've seen parts, bits and pieces of this from Aren't You Exhausted a while back, but I don't remember a damn thing. I'm a goldfish. I did watch also like 2 seconds of her her reacting to, y'all know I suck at this woman's name. I'm so sorry, lady. Michelle McDaniels, MM. And Roz talks about what she went through as a child, what is the actual core trauma. I don't know if she talks about it in this, so I'm just going to put out a general, hey, there might be warning, essay warning, just so everyone's aware.
I was born into a Mormon family.
But I don't know if that's spoken about in this interview. I have no idea.
I was raised Mormon. I left the church when I was 18. When I was 18, we can get to that in a minute. But I like when I was a lot younger, we lived in Michigan. Like that's where I was born, and essentially I was molested when I was 6 years old, and that's kind of
a warning for this. Do you mind letting me know which I need to let everybody warn for? I'm guessing noms. I'm guessing exploitation. I don't know if y'all could. Maybe I should have watched this first. I'm a dumbass. It's okay. It's okay. We're in this together. But I will say, if you need to step away, I understand.
the foundation of what ended up turning into my CPTSD, which is basically the same thing as PTSD, but complex. So there's some more added symptoms to it. And it's generally
Oh, thank you, Andrea.
towards people who either
You can pin a TW. Okay. Let's see. Yes. I'm typing this and then I'm pinning myself. That's it. That sounds real weird. Replace pin message. That seems right? That seems good. That seems okay. Oh, okay. Damn, I should have done that one. I'm great at this. I'm doing well.
have like extreme early childhood trauma, most commonly sexual trauma. And there's just some like additional,
We're really starting off with it.
nuances to that kind of
No.
PTSD, wherein you basically have like a lifetime of trauma that's accumulated. And so he lived with us for 6 months, and ultimately he ended up getting kicked out when my mom like walked in on him on top of me, I guess.
I didn't even watch the first a minute of this. Yep. No, repin buns, the pin. Wait, how do I? Oh, I see. I have to help. Can someone repost the membership link and then I will pin it on StreamYards, the other stuff.
Not fun nor fresh. However,
Thank you for that.
basically, I didn't really tell anybody the extent of what happened because what was witnessed was kind of benign compared to what he actually did. And then when I was 23, he actually got arrested on a Fed bust. He got arrested for creating and producing child pornography.
So that's the part I heard in the Michelle video.
Off of a Nintendo DS. I don't know if that detail was actually in the news. They just said it was like a handheld device. My mom told me it was a Nintendo DS. And the girl was 7 and I was 6. I think I was his second victim. His first was another family member, not in my family. And
have we worked with this in therapy? This is horrid. This is a horrible thing that happened. Are we still working through this with our therapist?
His mother, real piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like she's a really terrible human being. She's completely,
I guess so.
She's been estranged from our family since about that time. That was my mom's attempt to try to help this child because he was 12 when I was 6.
Wow,
And
okay.
I mean, so, because that's the bottom line is like, yeah, he was traumatized too. He went through that kind of abuse at the hands of people that she let into his life. But, he turned into a monster and I turned into whatever the hell I am, which is not a monster.
A monster.
But sometimes a shit show. And so.
Who was this person? Was he family? Oh, can we put the closed captioning up top? Of course we can, Andrea. Yes, family member.
School and life growing up was really hard. I call myself.
Okay. Advice for Roz. I think we could pick cuter outfits. If we're going to be on interviews, I think we can pick a cuter outfit. I do. I think we can use a nice, cute outfit. This outfit I don't love. I mean, it matches her shoes, but what are these? Track pants? I don't love it. No.
Self-determined autistic at this point. I'm actually scheduled to be diagnosed.
Oh man.
Hard. I call myself self-determined autistic at this point.
Everywhere. Why is she telling everybody this? If you haven't been diagnosed, just
I'm actually scheduled to be diagnosed in November, so it's coming up.
Nope. She was told no. She was told no. Peep the chair difference. Oh.
But and I mentioned like I'm diagnosed ADHD, diagnosed PTSD, and recently finally got the proper confirmation of my MDD diagnosis, so like major depressive disorder.
What she could say instead of I'm actually scheduled to be diagnosed is I have an assessment scheduled, not I have an appointment to be diagnosed.
I was misdiagnosed at 16 as bipolar.
Oh, you guys noticed it as well. Scheduled to be diagnosed. Yeah, it's already on the books. Come November 13th, they're going to say I just have autism. Hey, 31 frames.
Wow. So were you on
I didn't know what we should watch today, but I felt like lore was appropriate since she's hiding from us.
medicines for
And like
that?
that
At times, so I think my body always could tell like a lot of these medicines didn't work for me, and I'll get to this in a minute
Okay.
because like a lot of my journey, I've been
She said, "Shut up, lady. I want to tell you about me. I know like this is an interview and you're going to be asking me questions, but I don't care."
documenting as of recently on my YouTube, Quirkyloverosee.
Font, she's looking at you with this one. In her mind, it's a done deal, no matter what they tell her. That's true. This woman's hair, I need to know if she does hair masks or what. It's so shiny.
Don't worry, we'll link you.
No,
It'll be down there.
Just had to, crack a joke there. But
That was a joke. No, it wasn't.
no, but yeah, and I'll get to that because actually that username means a lot to me, and that ties back into more like the gang stalking off of Reddit and the trauma from back in 2013, 2015 that I experienced online because I didn't use that username for a long time. I used to go by Fat.
Holy hell, she's huge. Well, 31, the difference here is Roz uses, her phone. She can do a little slimmy filter and stuff, and it's different than, would professional be the term? A professional camera that is showing all your nooks and crannies.
Rose Phoenix because the Phoenix has a lot of symbolism for me in my life. And
Because she went down, she came from the ashes. She rose.
so,
Rosie.
but anyway, what were we talking about? What was I talking about? Oh, the
I was talking about me and me and me.
MDD.
Yes.
And the bipolar medication.
See, you got it.
Yeah, I try.
Why is this woman's dogs just out? Like, why? I mean, you have a very nice pedicure, but why are your dogs just out? Confidence that I would not do. I have ugly ass feet, but I know her feet are on Wiki Feet somewhere. I don't know who this woman is, but
So, yeah.
oh yes, please. Speaking of shameless self-promotion, subscribe to Fauntleroy's new channel where he reads to you in a seductive voice. Is it short story? How would you describe it? His own work, please. Give love.
Basically, I was, given these different medications when I was younger, and I never was able to stay on them long term
Right, Spaghetti?
until like my early 20s, and I had some success for about a year. But they had me on this medication for many years. I got on it when it was like a drug trial. It was called Saffris, and it was like an under the tongue
Tablet.
Yeah, but it was
Sublingual.
just like it's like
What
I
is
think
it
it might have been
called?
an antipsychotic.
Okay.
Which I never needed an antipsychotic, fun
Right.
fact.
What is this interview? Roz, what is this? So let me tell you. See, I couldn't be her fucking therapist. I'd be like, bitch, shut up. Like, yes, I will ask you questions about you, but can you like pause? Pause. Let me ask the questions and you can answer what I would like to know.
Because when you have like a special combination of like being autistic, ADHD, and traumatized, you can come off like you're
But you're not autistic.
manic. You can come off like you're experiencing mania, but you're not. You're having trauma responses through neurodivergency, and like there's not enough conversation about that. I feel like in the past couple of years, there's finally conversations.
Scar, can we slow it a bit? Sorry, I'm a pain. That's fine. This is the only thing we have on the books today, so I don't mind watching her at normal speed. Unless she goes live, then I apologize. I will have to schmishmort the mission, and we're going to have to speed her up.
Tapping about it because I didn't even know about this stuff until the past few years, and doing a ton of independent research, reading different research journals and everything, just trying to understand myself better. And because
If you're prescribed an antipsychotic, perhaps you should listen. Well, she was misdiagnosed, to be fair, my Sharon. She was diagnosed bipolar. I don't know if they stated she was bipolar 1 or 2, but she has since been told that diagnosis was incorrect.
I've done a lot of therapy in my life, and like EMDR I did for several years, done a lot of DBT skills, CBT skills, individual therapy, talk
If you've done DBT, why can't you do grounding techniques very well?
therapy, art therapy, music therapy. And yeah, so anyway, and that's all started at the age of 10.
Okay.
So like I was bullied a lot in school. My high school experience was weird because when I went into freshman year, I went to a brand new high school. So I was the first freshman.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Don't many of people when they start their freshman year, they go to a new school, and being that it's high school and not middle school.
In class to be in the building. There was a freshman class and a sophomore class.
Oh, so she means like the school was just built. Okay.
And when they were freshmen, they had to be freshmen in a middle school. So like it was a
Okay.
really weird situation. And yeah, in middle
Yes, Hannah, that's what I was saying. Hi, Grange.
school and high school, I was relentlessly bullied, and to the point of like pretty much not pretty much everybody knew who I was, but it wasn't for like a good reason. It was like I was the butt of every fat joke. There was maybe only one other kid there who was even like remotely as big as I was. Because I was molested, and at the age of 6, I started gaining weight at the age of 7 because I didn't remember the event of like my mom walking in on anything, because what she walked into was just like the beginnings of something. So they didn't have a full understanding of what he had actually done to me in that time. And I didn't.
This is terrible. This is absolutely horrible. I'm sorry for the child, Roz. This seems like something we need to go to address with our therapist. Why is she wearing headphones? She's overwhelmed.
Tell anybody until I was like 16, and I told a friend, and then I didn't tell
At least she doesn't have sunglasses on.
my parents or a therapist until I was 18.
Okay.
And so pretty much my entire childhood was literally and metaphorically shoveling everything that I could. And I was a Mormon. I wasn't out going doing drugs, so I was eating, right?
She makes it sound like it's only Mormons that don't partake of drugs.
And by the time I was 9, I had really extreme depression, but that was back when kids couldn't be depressed.
Right.
Kids can be depressed.
What the fuck is she doing?
Right. And by the time I was 9, I had really extreme depression, but that was back when kids couldn't be depressed.
Can anybody let me know? I know it was a little more taboo, but did anybody grow up in a household where, you were allowed to talk about being sad and your emotions?
Right.
Kids can be depressed. And I think we know that now, more or less. And I think there's a lot
We didn't know that in the 90s.
more grace given to that, at least in like standard society. I know there's lots of like different cultures that may still struggle on those topics for sure.
And it's sad too because there's no age, and especially
Let the woman talk, Roz. Let the interviewer speak. Let her get at least 3 sentences out.
too when you've gone through something. It's like as a child you might try to block that out and not really necessarily remember details, but it's there. And
It's
everything
always
that
there.
happens in life, I always say everything that happens, both good and bad, have an impact. 100%.
It's about the experience. There can be 40-year-olds that couldn't even begin to imagine what a 7-year-old has experienced.
Yep. Exactly.
And that's the
And before that, I was at school campus that had 6 grades in it. And some of the kids were nice and some of the kids were mean. And we had adults teaching us. And that's called being a teacher.
missing nuance we had for so long in regards to mental health. And I think it stems back to a lot about how children end up getting treated like property so often, or like extensions of selves of parents instead of as individual tiny humans that
I don't like that she says tiny human.
have individual tiny needs and that get very mighty when the world places expectations on them they never should have had to begin with.
Right.
Don't forget, y'all, Roz, when she got into a relationship with somebody who had a child, she decided she was going to look into child psychology versus just being a supportive partner and getting to know the child.
And so, and my home life was really unstable. So I took a lot of solace in the church. And, I'll say to my parents' credit, they have done something that most people of my generation don't get to experience. And that's go to therapy as like boomers, and like take accountability and give
Now they say I'm autistic, so I forgive them.
apologies. And, I give them so much credit for that because, I think a lot of people in my generation were raised being yelled at a lot, and I had a lot of expectations placed on me that I couldn't meet, and no one knew why because, I'm autistic.
Roz, it doesn't have to do with the autism. It could be the ADHD. What age was she when she was diagnosed with ADHD? Was she taking medication for her ADHD as a child? I've said it 1,012 times. Sometimes overlapping symptoms. You may have symptoms of autism, but not be autistic. I need Yaba's X button. Hi, Back Cool.
And like, I don't even need a doctor to tell me I'm autistic at this point.
You do. That it's weird, but you do.
Truthfully, the reason I'm pursuing a diagnosis is just because I want my parents to believe me.
Yeah.
And I've been kind of transparent about that because at this point they still don't. And I understand why. That would require a lot for them to consider.
I'm so glad this is still out there. It just shows how odd Roz is. Roz picking fights with her parents for, even now to this day, she's not diagnosed autistic. She's been told twice she is not autistic. But now her parents say, we believe you.
About what
And why is
happened in my
that?
childhood.
Oh, because you think
Because my brother's autistic.
okay.
And he was diagnosed when we were children and I was not. Now, is that their fault? No, because the science didn't exist. The research didn't exist. Hans Asperger, the guy that Asperger's is named after, is a literal Nazi scientist. Like this is all factual. Like you can do your research. It's all out there. Like this isn't like speculation.
Mhm.
Like he was a Nazi researcher. He purposefully did not publish his research on little girls. He did
I'm going to say this. I'm not educated enough to have it, to know about any of that. I don't know.
research also on like POC children and white boys. He published the white boys. And so that's why throughout the 90s and early 2000s and like the Jenny McCarthy's, is that her name? Jenny, whatever her name is.
Yeah, right.
Her little push on autism and
Don't know who that is. Y'all know I'm terrible at pop culture.
and the damage of Autism Speaks and everything, and how autism's been portrayed as like something to be cured, as like a disease when it's just a neuropathy.
She's going way off topic. Yeah, I thought we were talking about feederism. How did we end up here? How did we get into, is his name Hasberger's?
And a way of processing. And, in conjunction with other intellectual disabilities and things like that, it can have far more severity in some people versus others. But
that is why it's called a spectrum, and there's different needs.
Autism is a spectrum, and back then I couldn't be autistic because I was hyperverbal, because I was hyperlexic, but I would also struggle with reading too. So I read so much as a kid. Like I regret the tattoo now. I got this before the JK bullshit, but Harry Potter.
This is horrible. Why did I pick to do this? This is so bad.
Was such a big thing for me as a kid because it was like a story about friendship. And, I spent so much of my
just throwing buzzwords around that room. Yes, like what did you say? Hypervocal, hyperlexic. So the opposite of dyslexic, is that the case? She could read?
Feeling like
I know many of tiny humans that are diagnosed with an array of needs. Some, holy shit, the books they pick up. She's making it sound like autistic children don't read.
Like I was never understood and like had all these expectations of being like a neurotypical Mormon girl, and I could never meet them. I'm feeling like a constant failure. And
you still are. That's fair. You are a failure, in my opinion, allegedly, supposedly.
Being Mormon and feeling like that because
so
of
bad.
What my cousin had done to me, that I was somehow less pure, that I was no longer innocent, that I was of the devil, that there was evil in me. Like these narratives that I formed in my head because I was too scared to talk about what had happened.
Okay, I think we're getting back on point. Okay, we are somewhat back to the beginning. We've made it 11 minutes to get back to the first sentence. Okay.
And being like 14 and being interviewed by the bishop and being asked really inappropriate questions about my chastity and having to like, am I lying to him? Because it's not like I chose to do anything. any sexual nature, but they had been done to me. And so I wasn't ready to tell a strange man in a room by myself with the door closed what had happened to me. I couldn't even tell my mom. And so, that's what I think of like when I say religious trauma. I got lucky in the sense that I was never
Oh, so that's the religious trauma. Her bishop asked her about her chastity. Okay.
abused by leadership in any sexual or physical way. I had, personality disagreements, but I'm a bit spicy, so that's just kind of how life goes for me. And especially when I was younger, I was a lot more hot-headed, and I was a lot more unstable because I had no sense of self. I had such a deep, deep hatred for myself.
31, just so you know, it says that video is unavailable. Just so you know.
Like I had no self-worth, like no grounding for anything like that. Like I never got.
To be fair, that would fuck up anybody's mind 100%. Like I said, I feel terrible for the child Roz. It seems like she's been handed 1 billion resources to address that, but she always wants to gossip with her therapist or take what she wants out of therapy, not what she needs, just what she wants.
The environment or the opportunity to foster that for myself until I hit my early 20s, and ironically downloaded Instagram. So I guess I'll just kind of transition out of that. Like, I think I'm actually posting a video soon about my experience.
Holy fuck.
Living Mormon.
We only have an hour, 38 minutes left.
But I left when I was 18, and
And what is that process like?
Isolating, but also freeing.
Okay.
No, Nico. What happened with the church is they were manipulating her to go to summer camps. The bishop asked her about her chastity. She left the church and they wanted her to become an active member again. Hi, Anthro and Tina. So that's the trauma.
A lot of people say that Mormonism is a cult. I've always called it like a diet cult. The best way I can kind of explain that, because I feel like calling it a cult is a little too extreme, but the mentality is there. Like I got iced out really hard.
What did your family think?
So my family's a bit of a unique experience.
She didn't leave the church. That involves actual excommunication, and everything she's claiming is bullshit. I mean, I don't know this whole thing. I wasn't there, but you could become an inactive member. The Mormon church does have a hard time letting you go. Yeah, they do. They do.
My dad left when I was 10.
Okay.
I have no idea where my mom currently stands, but I believe she's still believes in the gospel, as far as I know.
You have a Jesus picture in your house. White Jesus is hanging out by your front door.
My sister is the only active Mormon left in my family. My family has never been the type to be as extreme as I've seen other Mormons, like who will disown family, things like that. Like, we drink Diet Coke, there are some Mormons that they take the Doctrine and Covenant so seriously, they won't drink caffeinated soda, things like that. But growing up, we didn't drink coffee, we didn't drink tea or, anything like that. And, we would go to church most of the time.
We're here for the lore, guys. Everyone, we've committed to this. We need to know Roz's one of her stories. That way, if she lies about something now, we can look back and be like, well, y'all, we remember that one time. So y'all, I know this is 2 hours of Roz talking in circles, but we're committed. We've got this. Wait, Roz has a sister? Yes, she has an older sister. Her older sister is the one with the children, or at least a child. I think 2 children. I don't know. But I think that's part of the reason Roz is so desperate for a diagnosis. I think because her sister, in Roz's mind, it's okay, Sky. In Roz's mind, her sister is successful, right? She's married, has children, and her mind's eye, that is success. Her younger brother was diagnosed with autism and might have required more needs when he was younger. So I think Roz acted out to get attention, and now she is still seeking validation and attention.
I would say that for me, I clung to the church really heavily when I was young.
Hi, Rinse and Scissors.
And when I was 15 is when I had a conversation with a kid in high school, and I was kind of like, we were arguing about gay rights, and closeted queer me was on the wrong side of history, talking like a dumbass, and
This is also the reason she doesn't like the church.
spouting everything I'd been spoon fed my whole life through the doctrine and everything. And this guy was so sick of my shit, bless his heart. And he finally just goes like, because a lot of this I don't
know who y'all's makeup person is. We're All Insane podcast, but y'all did her so dirty. We could have at least done something with her hair. I know the outfit was her choice, and there's no going back, but y'all could have done something with this.
Remember, but this is the moment that's always stuck with me like throughout my whole life. I was probably about 15 at the time. He goes, I just don't understand why two people can't love each other. Like, what's so wrong with that? And I froze because I remember like there was like, we were in like a social studies class or something, and there was chatter, and the room went silent to me. Like everyone was still talking, but to me, like everything went really quiet. And I just had this really soft but very loud thought of, I don't know either. And then immediately,
I'm glad we didn't. I was going to play the my experience leaving the Mormon church. I had a couple options today. I'm so glad I didn't watch that. We watched this because it seems like she's literally saying the exact same thing from that video.
Something came out of my mouth to defend myself because I needed to be right. Because I'm a Sagittarius, and
do Sagittariuses have to be right? I told you I don't know zodiac.
With a Taurus moon, so I have to be.
She went on a podcast and
stubborn.
Okay,
and I not a Taurus moon, Taurus rising. Who am I?
She's like, I don't fucking care. What does it have to do with anything?
I'm glad you know all that stuff. I'm into all of that.
Has she gotten bigger since this? Yes.
That's
yeah.
so
Cancer moon. Then, if you're curious, but which is
hey,
I get so emotional sometimes. But anyway, if you, yeah, I like that.
Big titty pretty bitch. Thank you so much for having been a member for a month. Has whatever the hell she was up to in Las Vegas come to light yet? No, I don't think we'll find out until, my guess is March, April of next year. I don't know why. I just feel like March, April of next year. Maybe this summer.
That stuff. I don't take it like too terribly.
The poor hostess is sat there like, exactly, Paolo.
Seriously, yeah. But at the same time, I take it seriously. You know what I'm saying?
I'm the same way.
But yeah.
Look, this is, her lips are like pulled to the side. Eyes are narrowed. She's like, I really don't fucking care.
I walked away from that conversation and I was never the same.
High-waisted.
I was never the same.
It's understandable. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day.
It shook my world because my entire world was built around that. I was very isolated as a child. I didn't do much outside of church and school. I didn't go pretty much anywhere. I mean, at one point, my parents had 7 jobs between them. And
she really likes to emphasize the 7 jobs. Maybe it's the course of her growing up, all of it, from infancy to 18 years old. Her parents had 7 different jobs. How doth one have 7 jobs at one time? How doth one do this?
Yeah, 7. Like, it was.
She didn't even say anything. She's like, yeah, 7.
Like, that was later on in my childhood, thankfully. So it was really like.
Font Leroy, thank you so much for the super chat. Scar to never interview Roz. Exactly, Font. I will never do it. Great super chat. I appreciate that because I could never.
Sheltered and a little lonely a lot of the time. And also I struggled in keep friends. Most of the friends that I made friends with me as a joke, and I was autistic and I wasn't in on the joke. And
you're not autistic, at least not diagnosed. Are you a little odd? Yes. Being odd does not mean you are autistic. You're an odd individual. You have been sheltered. Sure. Doesn't mean autistic. Antisocial? Sure. But are you quick to spread your legs? Yes. I think that you've made the conscious decision. You know how to be social when you like to.
So I started questioning everything.
The host needs to cut it. I don't think Roz would let her.
And then I just got so angry. Like, this was around the time I got misdiagnosed as bipolar because I was just filled with rage. I had people telling
So she was taken to the doctor at some point to be diagnosed with bipolar ADHD as a child. You haven't heard the host talk one time? She tried earlier and Ross cut her
I mean,
off.
like when I was around the age of 16, they have memories of me literally like bulldozing down the hallway, like elbowing kids out of my way because I was sick of everyone's shit at that point. I had been walked all over, made fun of, like, I mean, at one point I got pants in the hallway. Some
See, rude.
guy like threw a dodgeball at me in 6th grade and like
Was it NPE or just did he have a random dodgeball? Like, who has a dodgeball in the hallways? I have questions. Where did he get the dodgeball? Did he take it from Jib?
blew the wind out of me, like because he put all of his energy, like all of his might into
Was this in PE? Can I tell you, PE, dodgeball was just a thing.
hitting me square in the back. I mean, I had like people pretending to be my friends, so I would trust them and share stuff. And then
I'm so glad she's able to remember absolutely every detail from her life. Every single one of them, in spite of her concussions, despite, in spite. Which one? You pick. I'm so glad her concussions have not taken away her ability to remember the dodgeball.
go out and like make fun of me for it. Like just the list goes on and on. And so by that point, I was itching to fight. By that point, I was getting an ISS for getting in disagreements with teachers. Like I was looking for opportunities to fight. And like not physically, more or less, more verbally, just like because
So she just wanted to talk back. That's it. She just wanted to talk back.
You were angry.
I was so
I hear the sound, Sky. I'm sorry, but the image of Roz getting hit with a ball and dodgeball is taking me out. You know that sound. Dodgeballs have such a like distinctive noise. It is very fucking distinctive. I don't know. I remember that we played dodgeball as a kid, and I remember I was hit with dodgeballs, but I'm not like, yes, there was a person in PE where they hit me when we were playing dodgeball. I was out, but it scarred me.
angry. And like that's, I think eventually
Oh, it was dodgeball. I remember the sound of dodgeballs.
what kind of led to me finally telling the truth about what my cousin had done.
Well, because over time things just bottle up and it's going to eventually spill over. It's not, you can't keep everything in forever, even if we try.
Yeah. And so, and eventually
There you go. There was a sentence from the interviewer.
what ended up happening is before I made my Instagram and like when I left the church, I overcorrected.
And that was at 18?
Yeah. So
Okay.
by about 2021 is when I discovered the amateur Reddits.
Okay.
I thought that she stated the reason she got into stuff. Is she going to say it? Maybe I should shut up because we still have hours and hours. But I thought it was because she was on. Okay, it says chat rooms. Shut up, Scar. Watch. Listen to this. They timestamped this. So shut up. We'll see if she says it.
So part of me losing my virginity when I was 18, like, is actually in conjunction with how I left the church. So I met some guy off of Yahoo Messenger because I didn't know what the word BBW meant.
Oh, okay. This is exactly what I was going to say. Okay.
The phrase meant at the time. And I was 18 and I get into the chat room and I'm like, what does BBW mean? Because I couldn't figure it out. Like all the other channels had made sense to me. And they said big, beautiful woman. And so my 18-year-old, like almost 400-pound, if not 400-pound response was,
And now we're in the 500s.
wait, people actually like fat people, which is the saddest thing ever.
Yeah.
But, to them, they thought I was a troll when I said that, right? That makes sense. But
She's saying she didn't know at 18 what BBW meant.
they started getting mad at me. I was like, no, wait, you don't understand. I'm 18 and I'm fat. And so when they realized I wasn't a bot and I wasn't a troll, my DMs exploded. And I was like, what's happening? Because I was so sheltered. Like, I can't express to you how sheltered I was.
Roz, the headphones aren't fitting. They're just slipping off. I don't know if you're actually hearing anything through them, so I don't know why we're wearing them today.
I had never had a boyfriend. I had never been kissed. I had like a couple.
I thought her and the guy she dated for 5 months had kissed.
And I was like, what's happening? Because I was so sheltered. Like, I can't express to you how sheltered I was. I had never had a boyfriend.
I thought she had a boyfriend at this point. I thought the guy that dated her best friend, her first boyfriend, right?
Never been kissed. I had
The Bears.
like a couple of like little high school dating moments that lasted like a couple days. This was right around the time I met my first boyfriend.
Well, it was probably shocking too because it probably felt like,
Oh, so now we're there.
wait, like I just found a community of people I didn't even know existed.
Yeah, exactly. And so like one time I had like, so my dad would build us like zombie computers and stuff. He's always been a tech guy. We call them zombie computers because he'd get parts from all these places. So it was, you know, like the year 2010 and I had a Windows 95 PC, but I had it to myself because back then, like most people had like one family computer everybody shared, unless you were like rich, in which case then you could have your own. But you needed like,
fuck, she sucks at storytelling. This is so bad. Hi, Candy Kitten.
like big.
Hold on. I gotta like mentally get in this space because this is so bad. I'm so appreciative that Bob, all 7 pounds, 7 ounces of him, decided to never put someone like this in my life. Thank you, Bob.
Time money back then to be able to do that. Now it's like everybody has a computer,
Right.
you know, of some sort. But
It's
yeah,
it's all there.
I one time I logged in and I said my ASL because again, like 2010, and
what was I doing in 2010?
like I got like 80 DMs in the span of, I'm not kidding, like 2 seconds, and it crashed my computer. I was like, what is this world? And so I ended up losing my virginity and like kissed and everything in one go, which is like, yeah, I wish I could have been smarter about that.
We were getting married. I was at the titty bar.
But I don't know why I got a bug up my ass that I needed to do it.
So was
And
it like just somebody random you met
yeah,
online?
well, it really sucks because he was like 10 years older. He totally took advantage of that. Yeah, like
But he happened to be local, like lived
he
where
was
you-
visiting, and it was just like I lied to my parents. I told them I was spending
Wow.
the night at a friend's house. This person is a piece of garbage, but at the time I didn't know that.
Is this the same person that's her stalker, or is this somebody else?
I knew her since she was like 5, and back
I can't do it, y'all. This is torture. I'm off to watch Erica Kirk Conspiracy Theory. See you next stream. Fem, let's fingers crossed she stops making out with Kirby today and comes back online. Wait, we went from DM to losing virginity? Yes.
when I went through the stuff in 2020 that hopefully we'll get to, she really like screwed me over. But since she was like 5, and back when I went through the stuff in 2020 that hopefully we'll get to.
How the fuck did we get here? Okay, so virginity.
local, like lived
He
where
was
you-
visiting, and it was just like I lied to my parents. I told them I was spending
Wow.
the night at a friend's house. This person is a piece of garbage, but back
I thought she was talking about the guy as a piece of garbage, not the friend she was supposed to be spending the night at.
at the time I didn't know that. I knew her since she was like 5, and back when I went through the stuff in 2020 that hopefully we'll get to. She really like screwed me over. But
What does that have to do with any fucking thing? Are most of her interviews like 30 minutes? I'm just curious. I've never watched anything else from this woman. I haven't ever watched this really. But does she typically just have 30-minute interviews and we're done? Not hour, 50 minutes of Roz talking to herself?
you know, narcissists be narcissists.
She just wants to tell her life story.
I think she was one of the first ones in my life.
Yeah.
And it took me a really long time to figure that out because she was like a really good friend. Well, I was a really good friend to her, but I think most of our friendship, she, used me, and
Her body language is pretty closed off. Yeah, we're leaning away.
just in general was a pretty unkind person.
Yeah.
So yeah, but she did cover for me. She's actually, my mom hated her because she's the one that really taught me the ways of being not Mormon.
Okay, so at this point, Roz is 18. She lost her virginity, and her mother hated the friend because the friend covered for Roz to go have sex.
To an extreme for sure. In fact, she's the one that told me about the Reddit boards, because that all happened a couple years later. I downloaded
Jamie.
Instagram. It's like the timelines of this from like 2012 to 2016 get really fuzzy. So sometimes I get a little confused on the years, or I might be off by 1 or 2 years. So I do apologize. This section of my life is a big blur, especially because of the r/fat people hate drama stuff that I dealt with. Not even drama. That was traumatic.
Fuck.
Which, have you ever heard of that subreddit?
No, I have not.
They got disbanded in, I think, 2015, if not 2016 for sure. Like Reddit.
What is r/fat people? Can anybody just describe what that means? What is it? Was it like a hate train for fat people? What is this?
They had to intervene and completely remove the subreddit. Before they did, though,
Fat people hate. Okay.
they had done a really good job of ruining my life.
Of course,
So
Courtney.
it all started on the positive subreddits at first. They have ones for like BBW, SSBBW, just different like fat.
So is the moral of the story, Roz's worst nightmare is the internet as an adult. After the age of 18, her nemesis was the intranet. Like if she would have not logged on to Reddit, we would have been in a better place. Hi, Lisa.
People like amateur porn stuff, just like posting nudes or whatever. So I started posting on there.
It's weird to see an interview where no questions are asked. She won't let her. She's like, okay, so I was born on a sunny day. Oh, but you know, it was very traumatic because a cloud came on that sunny day and now I have cloud trauma. And when I was 1.5, they gave me a cake. It wasn't my birthday. They just figured I liked cake. And I got cake on my hands. So I also have cake trauma. And then I was 3 and I tripped. That's why I don't like walking, because I tripped and that's no fun. Now is it?
Just like nothing like too crazy, just like photos of myself and stuff. And then I was really young at the time, so I was getting a lot of positive attention. And I actually met 2 people during this time that are very pivotal to the story.
Oh, thank God. Somebody who's pivotal to the story, because I don't fucking know what anything else had to do with this.
One
Was the friend that introduced you to the Reddit pivotal? Was she a part of this?
is the stalker, and the other is the person who I thought was love of my life. They were both in my life for about the same amount of time.
What the fuck is cloud trauma? Something I just made up right now, because Roz says everything is traumatic. Green bean trauma, quiche trauma, everything that puddle. She has puddle trauma. Don't know if you know about that. She got her shoes wet one time and that was very traumatic.
Time.
Everything is trauma. She makes big things watered down because she makes everything in her life such a big thing.
And I'll get to that in a second. But basically, I started posting, and I had people in my DMs encouraging me to do things like Chatterbait, or this is before OnlyFans, so like getting connected with like certain like porn sites or whatever. Just like,
I'm shocked the interviewer hasn't fallen asleep. I don't think I would be asleep. I would just be mentally exhausted, but I'd be like, holy fuck. Has anything good happened in your life? I've said it, like, where's the positives? Did you ever get a puppy? Did you color inside the lines? I don't fucking know, but can you say something happy?
like, you could make a lot of money. And because especially again, like the BBW,
Who's interviewing her? The We're All Insane podcast.
SSBBW world, like, there are ways to make
Yes,
really
it does
good
look like an
money,
energy
like especially
drink.
if you know what you're doing. And nowadays, like if you already have an existing following and stuff, it's not hard. And so,
God, I just can't look away from her shirt. Like, I'm listening to her. She has coloring puppy trauma. Ah, I see. Like, I can listen to her and I hear what she's saying, but all I see is horrid tie-dye. Like, I love tie-dye. Y'all know I'm a tie-dye slut, but I hate this. I think it's the pants.
yeah. So I started posting on there, and then that's when the first blackmailing happened. I don't have any proof to this, but I
So I just shouldn't believe it.
believe the blackmailing was done by my stalker.
Okay. How old were
Okay.
you at this point?
About, I would say I was roughly 23, maybe
Okay.
22. This was in like 2012, 2013.
And this is all on like Reddit.
Yeah.
Bless parents that teach their children street smarts. I know that is not there are some children that are gifted academically and they are not necessarily street smart, but bless the parents that teach their children the real world, like to be aware of your surroundings, just a little bit of street smarts.
Okay.
So, well, I had moved over to Chatterbait, and so I had like
What is Chatterbait?
was on my Facebook, but the one thing I didn't do was I forgot to hide my family list. So this guy was a lot scarier than he seemed because he had found my Facebook, which
It's the overhang that's causing you to hate this stop? No, I think it's the, oh my God, my brain is going to say it anyways. They are Adidas-esque. I don't know what they are. Like, are they rip-off ones? If they're not rip-off, I hate them even more. But I hate it. I don't know. I just despise it. And it's the headphones loosely hanging over the hair. It's not like she moved her hair out of the way. It's how she's presenting herself on here. I'm like, well, yeah, no, I'd probably bully you too as an adult because I'm not really. I'm too gentle of a soul, but I kind of want to bully you.
you know, to my own stupidity
Sky, that's what my brain thought.
/ ignorance, I used my real first name because I didn't want to fake a first name. I just used a different last name or second name. And it wasn't hard. It probably wasn't hard to find my Facebook. And
See, the headphones aren't doing you any favors. You have to fuck with them every 2 seconds. Just take them off.
I locked everything else
Is she getting feedback of herself? Is she able to hear herself? Like, why are we wearing them?
down. But basically, I was live for the third time ever when he's like, "Are you full legal name?" Which
I'm vaguely angry about her telling all of us we need to touch grass because she managed to herple into her backyard. Not only Freya, but she's also gone into the woods without her walker. If she gets back home and she's like, the road is uneven, bitch, you were out there in the fucking swamps of Florida. You can fucking go out in your driveway.
which that weirded me out because I don't even think that was my Facebook name.
Yeah.
And then is your
She's so belchy. Look at the cuts. Look, just watch her for a second. She's so belchy.
Wait.
They had to cut it out.
which that weirded me out because I don't even think that was my Facebook name.
Yeah.
No, okay, look, she's prepping herself for a burp, and then there's a cut.
Yeah.
And then is
There
your
goes.
mom full name? Is your dad full name? Is your grandma full name? Is your aunt full name? And so I freaked out because at this point I wasn't sure if my parents would disown me for doing something like this or not. I just didn't know. We didn't communicate a lot in a very concise way at that point in time. We were
She wasn't telling her parents she was doing sex work.
still kind of
Was she doing sex work? I'm still not quite following. Has she admitted that at this point she's doing sex work?
reeling from childhood stuff, and I just was afraid of that.
Rock
Like,
now.
Well, I think also no matter what age you are, that what you choose to do in your free time
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily we don't
Yeah.
really go into it thinking, oh, I'm going to share this with my
Yeah,
parents. You know what I
right.
mean? No matter
Yeah.
Chatterbait is sex work. Oh, so is it like you masturbate while you chat? Chatterbait?
what
Yeah.
age you are.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it just kind of became this really
Oh,
big
thanks,
thing. I immediately because there were people watching me as I was reading this. So I stayed silent and just,
Mhm.
you could see on my face that something was wrong, but I just ended the live. And
Cobes love that site. What happened to good old just sex work? This is sex work with so many strings attached.
basically he was like, he made up
So confusing.
some story about a guy pretending to be my boyfriend and scamming him of $300, and I either needed to give him his $300 back or I needed to do what he said, and I didn't have $300.
Did Ross sit on cakes? I hear I haven't seen it, bless. Something about chocolate cake. If you ever see a username called Chocolate Cake Incident, it's because Roz and a chocolate cake and, a little, yeah. I know there was chocolate cake.
So I can only describe what I experienced that day as web rape. I don't know. It
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
So I can only describe what I experienced that day as web rape.
Extortion. Oh, Roz. I don't like that. I don't like that even a little bit. Nope.
I don't know. It was really traumatic, to be honest. It sucked.
Roz, please do not compare your extortion online that happened to you as rape. please don't ever put yourself in the position where someone didn't listen when you said no, that someone took advantage of you, that you woke up and somebody was on top of you. Please do not compare your web extortion as rape. Please don't do that. Please don't compare it to people crying no. Please. Please.
Yeah.
And
So
the
what,
real-
he just made you do things like online?
like on a Skype call.
Okay.
And I think he recorded it. And if I like, and what I remember
Extortion.
is that ended, and I had a thought to myself. I was like, someone like this is gonna come back. Because I like,
How does the interviewer not even flinch or bat an eye? Maybe because of everything she said so far, she doesn't believe. I don't know.
not to be that person,
Has anybody interviewed the interviewer?
but like I watched a lot of Criminal Minds growing up, and I'm not fully caught up on all the seasons, but I've watched it a lot. And
Does Criminal Minds have to do with web rape? Can anybody let me know? Is there an episode of Criminal Minds that goes over web rape? I have never heard rape in this context, and I don't like it. I'm very irritated now. I apologize. I'm going to try to be on my best behavior. But I'm pissed off.
when I was younger, I think I used it weirdly as like a coping skill, but nowadays it's almost a little too much for me, so I don't watch it like I used to. But I just was like viewing it as like a profile of someone who's gonna behave that way. Like I was like, he's gonna come back. Little did I know, the day after, I'm pretty sure I was talking to him in the DMs and he was comforting me because I am a victim of a narcissistic sociopath.
Okay, this person sounds like a piece of shit, but you were also diminishing victims, Roz, in a different type of way. Were you a victim of extortion? Sure. But I'm so mad at you right now.
He stalked me for a total of 8 years. We met around this time. I think that was his first attack on me.
Attack on Titan.
He
The
led.
Skype call.
Mhm.
Okay.
He led the gang stalking because
Hey guys, what is it? Gang stalking? Were there people like flash mobbing? I don't understand this either. Am I stupid? I don't know. This all sounds like so much.
a lot of women were
Ugh.
targeted on r/fat people hate. Like a lot of us, like back when I first created my Instagram, like I posted my first ever selfie of me leaving the house in a tank top for the first time after leaving Mormonism. Like I joined the body positivity communities because I made an Instagram. And at first I was like anti-Instagram, like, oh, why do I want to get on this like app where everybody just posts food pics? Because again, 2012. And
Yeah, no, I think mine was primarily food pics then. That makes sense. Yeah.
I was a little late to the game, but I was early.
Gang stalking is a paranoid delusion. I could see that with Roz, though. We already know she does have some issues around that
Before it got super mainstream.
because she was cool before it was cool. She went on Instagram before it was mainstream.
And so I went on the BBW tags because I knew about those, and that's how I discovered body positivity, F Your Beauty Standards, and eventually I became one of the first admins of Pizza Sisters for Life, which was like, it started as like a joke when one of my mutuals on Instagram got.
I don't know any of this stuff. Is Pizza Sisters, are they cool? Or are they like, don't lose weight? I don't know these people. I have no idea what she's talking about. I don't know what r/fat hate people is. I don't know why she didn't just log the fuck offline. If all of this stems from every time she gets on a fucking website, bad things happen to her. Every fucking time it seems like she logs into AOL. That's where the chat rooms were, or Yahoo, whatever she was fucking doing. And it's bad things, bad things. Why didn't we just like computer bad?
Wine drunk, and she made a hashtag Pizza Sisters, the number 4 life with a Y. And it kind of became like an alt movement to things like F Your Beauty Standards and stuff like that. Because a lot of us don't really mess with like Tess Monster for stuff she did way before she was mainstream. Or sorry, Tess Holiday.
So she had a client and is framing it as stalking. So I don't get the stalking stuff, right? It sounds like to some degree, and that can happen whenever you're dealing with somebody like that, but it seems like she, to an aspect of it, was emotionally cheating on her partner of 8 years, on and off 8 years, with this person under it being stalking, and so she was obligated to have this emotional stuff with the stalker. Roz, dude, no wonder people are going to just nod when you say shit, because you add so many additional details that people are like, oh, I got lost.
I don't keep up with her. Like, I don't,
Roz is watching. Why do you say that? Don't say that. Hi, Laurel. On and off, 8 years long distance. Yes, yes, because she was also seeing the neurologist during that 8 years.
I don't have anything too much against her, but like there's people that were a part of those spaces back then know about like the t-shirt scam.
No, she wasn't obligated. She only called him a stalker after he broke up with her. I think she's talking about somebody else, though, Scrange, because she mentions them coinciding. Like her boyfriend found out about the stalker.
I mean, like she did some shifty stuff back then, and you know, I can't speak who she is now or you know anything like that. And I don't, you know, I'm not here to talk shit.
I'm sorry, she dated a neurologist. She was fed by a neurologist. He would come feed her and take her to different restaurants. They would fuck, and then that would be that. He'd be about his merry way.
About nobody, but that was part of it. Like a lot of us, because at that point that was like right before she got big, but she was really
Big? Did you say big?
really well known on those Instagram spaces and had
Oh,
pissed
no
some people
circle.
off and stuff. And so
Doesn't she also call Zachary Michael a stalker? No, she has stated, even though she called out Amberlynn Reed for a statement like that, but like abusive behavior. My other plan, if we have time, I don't know if we are because fuck, but was to go over one of Zachary Michael's first videos about Roz when ALR and Roz were fighting. Zachary Michael did a video. So that was my other plan. We'll see.
yeah, I would basically just blog about my journey learning about feminism, intersectionality, POC culture, just, you know, things that I would basically just blog about my journey learning about feminism, intersectionality, POC culture, just
Roz was vlogging about that. Blogging about Shava. Yeah. I mean, excuse me. Roz, have you checked your melanin levels lately?
yeah, I would Instagram spaces and had pissed some people off and stuff. And so yeah, I would basically just blog about my journey learning about feminism, intersectionality, POC culture.
Has anyone seen this blog? Is there any evidence? I would like to see what she had to say.
Just, you know, things that being raised Mormon, super sheltered in the rural South, you know.
Does she mean PC? No, she means people of color. That Roz likes to align herself with things. She tried to call Zachary Michael a stalker, but it didn't stick, so she gave up.
I had a bit of an awakening, and so I definitely was pretty.
Someone get that mic away from her. They should have.
Vocal.
Like, what are you doing?
When I was 23, and
I always wanted to learn about POC culture from a white. Like, what are you doing here, Roz?
I was trying to come into myself, and I've done a few different overcorrections in my life, and so
why can she not talk to her melanated friends about this and plot for them? Oh wait, I don't know. Like, it's not your story to tell, Roz. It's not. Why not give somebody else a voice? But no, she somehow has to bring it back to herself.
I think some people found me like really irritating just because I was loud and vocal, and a lot of these places like the r/frat people hate the LOL cal.
Yes, you can talk to me about being fat, Roz.
Sites, Kiwi Farms. There's all these different sites that are like dedicated hate forums, essentially. And that spend their time like basically
I guess she's really leaning into the 1/16th Mexican. Is she 1/16th Mexican? Okay.
Tracking people that they call like they call them LOL cows, and to be an LOL cow.
LOL cow. Who says LOL cow? LOL cow. What's that line from Book of Mormon? And I believe that's in 1978. God changed his mind about black people. Excuse me? Pardon the fuck out of me.
You basically have to be somebody that people want to hate on.
Hi,
And a
Zanzibar.
lot of them have a theme of either being autistic, fat, mentally delayed in some way, extremely awkward. And then those people also somehow get lumped in with predators.
The farms are just, my opinion, I think most of you agree with me, terrible. Fucking terrible. Isn't she like a Cherokee princess too? Yeah, she claims to be Native American, but I think her ancestry said she was 0%. No, the blood quantum theory thing is she's 0.
And like really terrible people, racists, things like that. But then weirdly, these people in these forums are, a lot of them, I won't say every single one, but a lot of them are being racist, homophobic, transphobic. Like they'll like
She claims she was what? Cherokee, I believe. Yeah.
they'll target like trans people that aren't passing well to their
So I was
standards.
going to say basically like your experience on like Reddit and these, I guess, what was the other one? Chatterbait? Is that what it's called?
Chatterbait, yeah. Well, yeah.
Like all of these things, like, so
Mormonism basically said Black people couldn't be a part of the church for a long time.
I feel like I mean, and this goes with anything.
Oh, thank God. I heard a second voice. I'm paying attention again. I forgot this woman was here for a second.
There's
Mhm.
positives and negatives because I
Yeah.
feel like there's these groups that you can be a part of and almost feel
Mhm.
like, oh, I fit into this category or
Yep.
I can, benefit from this. And
Ma'am, I apologize. You're gorgeous. Love it. But I can't look away from the fact that you got your dogs out. Couldn't you just wear some socks? You're doing this for free. Okay.
then at the same time, it opens it up to
When did this come out? This is from September 10th of 2023.
all these evil, hateful
I just, at the end of the day, I got targeted by one person
okay.
that was able to put a magnifying glass on me, like a tiny little.
Oh, okay. Someone of DNA website won't show the Native America in it because I'm part and it doesn't show me. I know for like with Tiny Human, it says Indigenous Americas. I don't know.
Ant to set me on fire.
Okay.
It's the best way I can explain it.
Shut up, Scarlett. Those puppy breathe. Okay, Brandon. She hid them.
Had that man
And this
not
was
gotten
the stalker
involved,
person.
had that man not gotten involved, it would not be nearly what it became.
Okay.
Because when I was being posted, so like basically every time I posted on Instagram,
Oh, she heard you, Scar. She heard you. I know. She put them up. I guess in the past.
I remember one time when I was like we were in the heat of it all. And also I was in the middle of getting into this relationship. So when I met both of these people, my stalker and my ex.
The iron limitations to the test, it can only compare your DNA to others that have been collected. It could just mean that they have it collected and put that DNA in the database for comparison. Oh. Hi, Princess
I was
Brioche.
like, considering dating because when I was 19, I had been in a relationship for about 5 months. He ended up breaking up with me on our 5-month anniversary at 2:00 over Facebook Messenger.
Ooh, Cat Lou. I don't know if you have an ex, but I would love to see it.
And a couple of days later, kissed my best friend at my house.
Maybe she just got a petty and she's feeling herself. That's fine. I just can't believe she's doing it for free.
Then she was dating somebody else at the time who, fun fact, turned out to be a child predator and relationship for about 5.
Focus. Listen to all the trauma Roz has been through. An hour 50 some odd minutes of Roz trauma. We've got this. Okay, now we're going to the running from Bear's boyfriend. I thought that was her first boyfriend, but I guess I was wrong.
Months. He ended up breaking up with me on our 5-month anniversary at 2:00 over.
I like that it says Monon. Our 5 Monon anniversary.
Over Facebook Messenger.
At 2. Why do you remember this? He broke up with you at 2:00 on your 5-month anniversary. Who remembers this? At 19 years old?
For about 5 months. He ended up breaking up with me on our 5-month anniversary at 2:00 over Facebook Messenger.
Who remembers that it's 2:00? What about the concussion? Oh, thank you so much, Cat Lou. She could have sent Kirby this video and skipped out on the trauma dumping small talk at Thanksgiving. I wonder if this is what she talked about.
And a couple of days later, kissed my best friend at my house. Then she was dating somebody else.
Tiny Blue, please do. Please do. I would like someone smarter than me to break this apart because all my brain goes is, can we hear something good? One fucking positive. Just one. I don't know. Is there going to be happiness in this?
The time who, fun fact, turned out to.
Another fun fact.
not
Is this fun? Is any of this fucking fun?
a fun fact, turned out to be a child predator.
Oh, wow. That was the sentence leading up to it. Fun fact.
And he claimed he was reformed or whatever. And that man literally tried adding me on Facebook like something like a month ago. I was like, who the fuck are you? Bye. But yeah, this whole little saga, I'm gonna cut.
Web rape, CSA, ED. I just need to throw every trigger warning at this.
Glance over,
Okay.
but it was insane because trigger warning.
This entire thing hasn't been a trigger warning? This whole fucking thing hasn't been a trigger warning? None of it? Now you say trigger warning?
He tried to slit his throat in front of me. I had to jump.
This is different than the other story. This is different. Did he say he tried to slit his throat before? Self-marking? Was that a sentence during the bear story? I thought he took it to his arm or something. I don't think she mentioned the what?
Jump on him, me and her, and keep the knife away from him. And I had to stop him from trying to kill himself. Whether he ever actually meant to, I think he's strong enough that if he really wanted to, he could have gotten out from me. I think it may have
Ma'am, you were 400 pounds. You really think you could have gotten out from underneath you?
actually just been a manipulation tactic.
Mhm.
But I mean, the knife was there, and I was the one screaming for help as I was holding it away from him.
And everyone clapped and she saved. Scar blur her feet.
And so I was single for about 2 years, and then I met these people. And before I realized that my stalker
She jumped on top of him, I guess.
was an incel, which I figured out pretty quickly. I was like, I mean, what is this someone I would want to date? Like, it was in that preliminary, like, I don't know, maybe.
Okay, so the 5-month story really doesn't have to. Why did we have to get into those details before we're into the next relationship? That was the blip. You just wanted to mention that you saved someone's life. Is that it, Roz? You just wanted to talk about that you saved someone's life? Is that what you were saying? What did that have to do with this story?
And can you not to
Stage.
interrupt?
How does that have to go with grooming into feudalism? Did the knife have like a cheeseburger on it? I just don't know.
But can you explain what an incel is? Because I know that, like,
yeah.
I'm just like imagining my grandma, my mom listening. They're like, wait, what does this mean?
Why don't let your grandmother or your mother listen to this, ma'am. Please don't. This is so heavy.
And what does this mean?
Yeah, so an incel is just like someone who is involuntarily celibate.
I think it's Nikki T has a short on her channel where everything Roz is describing, like as far as the physicalities, Roz has been in the fedora with the greasy hair and blah.
And it just essentially it has morphed into its own slang term that kind of describes that loser sitting on Reddit for 23 hours a day with Cheeto dust and empty Mountain Dew cans all
Diet Dr. Pepper or Diet Coke, excuse me.
around them. And it just has a real
Very yummy.
stank
Fair.
smell that is involved with these people. Because I'm just gonna paint you an image, and like the fedora is a little crusty, and the beard, the neck beard is strong, but the facial hair is weak, and there's a bald spot in the back, and you could just see the fedora covering it, just hanging on for dear life.
Nikki, I need to go to your
he's
page.
sitting there muttering under his breath about how like Jessica Alba's ugly.
Right.
Literally,
Like, yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, like bottom of the barrel. That was
I know it's
a really
real
good
short.
description.
Thank you. Just like I just wanted to paint a little word picture for the people at home.
No, that's
So,
So
perfect.
no, because trust me, I have met a mini incel, and they all
But most
they even if they aren't, they
online-
can pretend they're a lawyer, they can pretend they're
Right.
a therapist, they can
It's
pretend.
it's most people that like hate you online
Yeah.
if you're hiding behind a screen
They
and like and you have 0 followers and it's a hidden profile. I just refer to anyone like that incel.
Exactly, like they can cosplay that in their daytime, but that's who they are at
Right.
heart.
if that's what you're taking your time to do,
It's pathetic.
yeah. Okay.
I could
I'm
never.
looking for it.
Great. I love that.
Anyway,
That I can see that being a TikTok clip. What is an incel? And there it is.
Please. Oh, hello. Got my headphones flying off. My goodness. The drama of it all. Okay.
Shh, quiet, Roz. Shh. Real quick.
What an incel is.
So an incel is just like someone who is involuntarily celibate. That loser sitting on Reddit for 23 hours a day with cheetah dust and empty Mountain Dew cans all around them. And it just has a real stank smell that is involved with these people. My current perfume routine. First perfume. And if there's one person you listen to about smelling good, it's a stripper. And next up, Sweet as a Peach. Got this at Five Below for Sweet Peach.
How many times does she spray herself?
And then some Champagne Toast body spray.
I feel like I would have a migraine sitting next to her.
Because I'm just gonna paint you an image, and like the fedora is a little crusty,
Yes,
and
sure.
the beard, the neck beard is strong, but the facial hair is weak, and there's a bald spot in the back, and you could just see the fedora just hanging on for dear life, and he's sitting there muttering under his breath about how like Jessica Alba's ugly.
Right.
Bless. Thank you for that edit. Oh, so good. Oh, I see there's been a special request. So, you know, just. You know, everyone needed something light for a moment. Everyone needed something light.
Okay. I very quickly realized I wanted to be with my ex, and we had a lot more in common.
And you met him online too.
I met them at this on Reddit.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, my ex, ironically, was like my biggest tipper on the Chatterbait website, but I didn't know that until a little while later.
Chatterbait.
Her ex was one of her biggest tippers on the Chatterbait website, like the 8-year boyfriend was.
Do you post pictures?
It's a
But she didn't know that he was into big ladies.
it's a live site basically.
So like you would stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, you know, it was interesting. I didn't make a ton of money because I like no one knew who I was,
but people could join.
but they
you
could
would
join
talk.
and talk and
Masturbate.
get
Tip
spicy
if
if they tipped. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. And so it's an adult like XXX streaming site
Got it. So you met the stalker on there, and then the ex-boyfriend on there.
on Reddit.
Reddit. Okay.
But Reddit's what got me on Chatterbait.
Got it. And then
What's that fucking dude's name on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia with the red string? And he's like, that's what I feel like. Okay, so we met the boyfriend on Reddit, not Chatterbait. The Chatterbait, we met the stalker. But because of Reddit, I guess maybe she referred the boyfriend to Chatterbait.
and
He was a client.
were they both
Charlie. What? Like Charlie the unicorn? Charlie?
local?
Why are we saying Charlie?
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, is that Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Oh.
Okay.
so at the time, I believe the stalker was in Indiana. My ex, I ended up living with my ex for a few years. I moved to Omaha twice to be with him. I don't know how much we'll get into the ex on here.
Okay, that's fine.
She's like, I don't care. That's fine. We don't have to get into it. You've got into every fucking thing. It's okay. If you want to skip a part, we can.
I will say,
But based on the amount of time we have left in this, I realized after the fact. But
is had you done this interview with me 6 months ago, I would have.
Catlu, thank you so much for gifting a membership. In Zanzibar, you received a free blowy from Catlu. Yes. Thank you so much, Catlu.
Read him for filth. But some things have transpired recently. Like actually in June, I went on a trip and I didn't tell my followers where I went, but I went to go see him because we reconnected when I went to the mental hospital the first time this year. Again, we'll get to that.
Okay.
We don't have to get to it. This is not about the. I was groomed in feeders and blah 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 blah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
But
Yeah.
So
So you met both of them on Reddit.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a heads up next time you're gonna hold a torture stream. No heads ups. We are in this,
And
Okay.
now we're gonna know every detail about Roz. Apparently, every single detail.
I fell so madly in love with.
Who's gonna buy your book? All you have to do is watch this podcast, and you're gonna have all the details that would have been in the book.
With him, and the majority of our relationship was like monogamous and like pretty standard, and then near the end things really changed because my stalker's a monster. He's a self-proclaimed narcissistic sociopath.
Did the Skype web rape thing, did that only happen once,
Ew, interviewer, can we not refer to it as that, please?
or was that a reoccurring thing?
That only happened once. And I
Okay.
think it's because he got so entrenched in my life, he didn't need to.
But he would just like what, harass you
Well,
and like
let me explain.
She said, shut the fuck up. I'm going to tell you if you'd. Excuse me, interviewer, you said it like 6 sentences in this interview, and I need you to shut the fuck up. I was going to tell you, but okay, if you want to insert yourself, geez.
Okay.
Because it's more insidious than that.
Okay.
So what happened
More insidious than the web rape?
was we connected as friends, and I was like, you know, would I date someone like him? I realized very quickly I wasn't that interested, so I kind of friend zoned him.
This is the stalker?
He played it cool, but basically what ended up happening was we would like video chat and stuff, and there's a program called TeamViewer that like my dad uses a lot
Fuck, and now we have another website.
to like do IT work and like help fix computers.
Roz, you are a fucking nightmare. Holy shit. You are like exhausting. Poor Kirby. Kirby, ma'am, I hope you are doing well. I hope this is not what your date has sounded like. Moon phase, web what? Oh, yeah, no, she said that earlier. Web rape. Yep.
And stuff. And so I gave him like temporary access with TeamViewer to show me stuff on his computer. So basically it's like a viewing window. And this
The web thing was a client paying her. She owed him $300, so she did sex work for it. Oh.
was when like I was like I'd just been getting to know him for a
Just coming in, is this the podcast she hates so much? No, that's the whatever podcast.
little bit, and he showed me that like his use of the dark web. He showed me
And this is like week 1. He showed you his use of the dark web, and you were still like, yeah, well, let me do this. Someone just needed to yank her fucking router.
his back-end algorithms on how he sent out text messages and links to fish women. He showed me like how he's able to clone phone numbers.
And you said, yeah, this is a good idea. I should definitely be involved.
And he also, and these might not all have been on one call, so my memory is really fuzzy, but these are the things that I remember.
Does anybody have like, I don't know, a fucking shoe we can throw? My memory is really fuzzy. We are 38 minutes into this, and she can remember a dodgeball getting thrown at her. She can remember the cloning. She can remember this time she tripped into a puddle. But this is where okay.
He showed me
Why does she have her hand pinned like that? I don't know. I feel like it'd be painful.
like all these different fake Facebook profiles that he used to like add fat women. At one point, this was later on, this one memory I have, because I saw.
But I do remember this one, so you can take this memory. This poor interviewer is now leaning up against the wall, and she's like, fuck, dude, why did I invite you?
One of my mutuals in the recommended, and I realized he'd shown me a profile at 2 different points. And
he was a client that was into weird shit. He paid her to talk about this stuff with her. Okay, so she knew he was into weird shit.
The mutuals had grown exponentially, and that was when I realized he had used my friends list to add these other fat women. And eventually what I came to realize was he was farming for
fatties,
those that are less available like publicly. So
he was making a fatty farm photo album.
Was friending these these fat women from Instagram, like finding their Facebooks of like a lot of them will have like private family Facebooks or just like more private Facebooks, and who may post photos on there that they wouldn't necessarily post publicly. And he would do that to farm photos.
Fatty farm.
Again, I just want to reiterate, he's a self-proclaimed.
Okay, so he let you know he's a psychopath. Okay.
Narcissistic sociopath. He said those words to me. He would treat his Facebook like a social experiment. He would.
Part of me is like, do I care and do I want to skip forward? But I'm like, fuck, no, we've committed. I need to know it all, even though I'm
post like really egregious
fuck
things just to piss people.
I'm glad the concussions, I'm glad her concussions allowed for all of this to still be retained.
off and then tell me privately.
I know that the CT scan showed the missing memories. It must be that fuzzy one she was talking about earlier. But, I'm glad she was able to go through all of this.
Like, oh, I don't actually mean them, blah, blah, blah. Like, I just basically just.
Her arm must hurt. Whoever said that, that's now all I can see. Look at her poor little arm struggling. Maybe she's stuck now. Her hand is turning blue. Roz, get the hoof out. Your hand is turning blue. You are 500 pounds squeezed in. It's not a small chair, but your body, look at it. No.
Like rage baiting. He was
Style
obsessed
song
with his
called
ex.
the Fat Bitch
At one
Box.
point, he pretended to be his ex and picked bitch fights with.
Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Didn't Roz pretend to be her ex in Discord? Wasn't that a thing? Didn't Roz pretend to be her ex?
Was obsessed with his ex.
Okay.
At one point, he pretended to be his ex.
Okay, this all sounds like what you did.
And picked bitch fights with me through Google Chat. And I figured this out in 2021 because in 2015, when he was doing that, he like literally sent me nudes of them.
Is it on purpose that the skinny host has water and the fat one probably has a sugar drink? No, I think they brought in their own beverages. They probably requested, what would you like?
Together, pretending to be her, like telling me to stay away from him. And I'm literally just like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, boyfriend. Like, do you, boo? Like, what the fuck? And then like he sent me videos of her after getting weight loss surgery, which is one of the reasons why he hated her.
She got skinny, that bitch.
Because she got weight loss surgery, because she lost weight. And he had an archetype, and I'm his archetype to a T. There's a few other models that look like me in terms of archetypes, like hair color, like dark hair, dark eyes, a certain type of shape, aesthetically, good looking, whatever.
I'll give Roz this. If anything else, she is confident. She is so confident, aesthetically pleasing. Like he has an archetype. Dark hair, dark eyes, fucking hot as shit.
And I'm his archetype to a T. There's a few other models that look like me in terms of archetypes, like hair color, like dark hair, dark eyes, a certain type of shape.
An archetype? Yeah. Yeah. It's an archetype. Yeah, that is the word we're going with. Okay. You guys need your own thesaurus and dictionaries because Roz knows every word. Okay. You guys are just all dumb. Roz is a genius. I don't appreciate you guys thinking you know more than her. How dare you?
Aesthetically, good looking, whatever, not to toot my own horn, but I'm not ugly.
I'm fucking hot as shit.
And things like that. He would tell me all the time that I sound like her. And so
God, she's so boring. Heather, how could you say that as we're hearing nothing but trauma?
He would send me videos.
It's just
Videos. I'm like, I don't. It's the weirdest fucking thing. But he told me, like in these video chats, that his wet dream was to induce a TBI in his ex because she's a traumatized person just like I am.
What's TBI?
Traumatic brain injury. So whether or not this is true, I don't know. But he believes that you can induce a traumatic brain injury in someone by creating such heightened states of trauma.
Does she not know what a TBI is? Does she? Rise. I'm surprised you don't have a TBI when you fell down the stairs and you claimed concussion. When she just said that, I thought she was saying the guy wants to injure her, like, physically. I've never heard of a TBI occurring from mentally assaulting someone. What is happening here?
To kill them psychologically. And that was.
And you considered talking to them. Scar, remember, she knows better. You're right. She knows better.
His wet dream.
And you were fulfilling his dream. As someone with a TBI, there's much more injury needed. She claims to have that. So why is she saying he believes? Well, she's saying that she believes that he believes you can also induce one through psychological versus physical. Whew, Roz, you are a unique individual.
It's on everything I know about him. I believe he's addicted to trauma porn.
I'm addicted to you.
And I believe he wanted to turn me into his own trauma porn factory.
I mean, he was going through all this shit with you, obviously.
And he basically told me that as long as I don't block him, he'll never do these things to me. And in 2021, I blocked him.
So was she not stalked until 2021? Was that when the stalking happened? I thought she said he stalked her for 8 years.
So 2021, we'll get to
And
that.
I thought 2019 was the year of the big trauma. I didn't think it was 2021. I thought 2019 was the year of big trauma. Or am I thinking Amberlynn Reed? I could be mixing up my girls. I know 2019 was a rough year for Amber, but I thought 2019 was
That in a minute. But so this
the first year of the mental health facility.
was all kind of the groundworks between 2013 and
And
2015.
did your boyfriend at the time know about all this stuff that was happening?
No.
So you
Bec-
just
So you didn't block this guy until 2021, but you were in a relationship.
Because
held
I
it all-
repeated a pattern.
So you just held it all in. Wow.
So
Oh, so it was you repeating a pattern. It wasn't that the guy threatened you nor said anything. It was that you chose to. Okay.
because, as I mentioned in childhood, what happened to me, I didn't tell anyone.
Are we only in 2013? I think we're in 2019
Yeah.
or 2021. Excuse me. I lied. 2021, maybe? I don't know. It's Roz's timeline. We're just here for the fuckery.
When I realized how deep in shit I was, it took a couple, like a year, maybe 2 to realize truly just how deep I was.
Even though he showed you his stuff in the dark web, it didn't take you until after that to go, maybe this guy's not very nice. I know he says he wants to mentally induce a TBI, but maybe he's not so bad. Maybe he's, just a little fucked up.
I also experienced like Stockholm with this guy. Like, I remember like telling him things like "I love you" and things
Stockholm.
like that. He actually, not only do I think he groomed me into feederism, I think he groomed / brainwashed me into believing I'm polyamorous. Fun fact.
He groomed her into thinking she was polyamorous as well. Okay.
I'm not. I thought I was for years.
There's nothing wrong if you are, just stating.
And I want you to explain too what feederism is.
Oh, we're finally getting there. She experienced the city Stockholm, not the syndrome, apparently. Rosie, you gotta be clear.
Feederism is a kink that is a part of some of the plus
Hi,
size spaces.
Emma.
It's hotly debated. There are a lot of people that are super against it. There are a lot of people that are really for it. And at its essence, at its most innocent,
I feel like this is my opinion, and I'm right, you're wrong. I feel Roz waters down other people's experience by using words like grooming and trauma and these situations where she is making them seem smaller based on what she's saying. People that have been groomed into certain scenarios, or I hate to say this word once again, warning, rape and stuff, where she's saying she was web raped. Like, she is diminishing so many other people's lived experiences with this interview. It's crazy.
it's about like a sexual kink regarding feeding someone generally for the purpose.
I'm hoping in the future we don't ever have to go through this with Roz, but we have to get through this video with her.
Of that
Yes, no thanks. That's what she said earlier in this interview.
being fat or getting fat or gaining weight. There's a big umbrella when it comes to feederism. And the thing about this guy is I think he was into what's called death feederism. And that's where I have a lot of problems. And death feederism is what it sounds like. It's feeding someone to the point of getting so fat and so big that they die.
Have you looked in a mirror recently, Roz? Roz got mad he dumped her as a client because she wanted more. Then he became a stalker after she was fine with him for 8 years. Oh.
And-
So it's like a retaliation.
And I've never been okay with that. I never made content surrounding that. But I actually had one in real life interaction.
This interviewer, her entire body language now is just shut off. We went from like, we were leaning towards in some parts, like open body language, to our knees are up, our arms are crossed, our lips are pursed, we are up against a wall. Complains about feederism and gains another 100 pounds. That'll show him.
with my stalker while I was, I think, a year into my relationship. I have family in Indiana, and he knew that. And I was planning a trip to go see my family. And he basically made it clear that I didn't really have a choice about seeing him, and I just needed to make it happen.
Oh, so she's met this guy. Fun.
Because I know what he was capable of. And he made it clear.
How many years into this is this part of the story? How many years? So she's a year into her relationship with the boyfriend?
So
did she cheat on her boyfriend physically with this guy?
I had to lie to my boyfriend. I had to lie to my family. It was the same weekend I actually met the founder of Pizza Sisters for Life randomly. And I remember talking to her about it and trying to be excited about what I was going to go do, even though I didn't want to go. I didn't want to cheat on my boyfriend. You know, I really didn't. And
but I did.
At the time, I didn't understand the nuance of what the coercion was. And also at the time, this was around the time where Google Glasses were supposed to be the new big thing.
Scar, I love your audience. Planning on becoming a member as soon as I get paid. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Words. Thank you so much for being here, Courtney. I appreciate y'all in general. Everybody who clicks in or just makes me laugh and tolerates this bullshit. Thank you. All of y'all.
So I think this was in 2014. And
oh, we went backwards. I thought we were in 2021. Fuck. I thought she was fine with him until 2021. Now we weren't okay with him in 2014.
I believe that when we met up, he recorded me on his Google Glasses without my consent.
He had Google Glasses in 2014. I didn't know they were a huge thing in 2014.
I know he stealthed me.
I think you have some paranoia issues.
And he coerced me into an act of feudalism without me knowing what it was. So
did it give you cake? What food was it?
So to kind of back up, when I did arrive at the hotel, I remember I got to the door and I walked in and the room was empty. And I walk in and I stop at the bathroom.
Coerced. Is it okay? Can y'all actually help me with the how do I say it? Is it coerced or why is it coerced? Why coerced? Am I saying it wrong or are they saying it wrong? The coercion. Did she just say coerced? Yes, she did. She said coerced. I thought it was coerced.
Got to the door and I walked in and to kind of back up to feudalism without me knowing what it was.
I want to hear
coerced me into an
it's coerced. Coerced.
Act of feudalism without me knowing what it was.
Coerced? Okay.
So to kind of back up, when I did arrive at the hotel, I remember I got to the door and I walked in.
Were you wearing something cute?
And the room was empty. And I walk in and
was there a bed?
Stop at the bathroom and I realize the lights off. And I look in and the energy, the aura of that room was so fucking dark.
And you stayed in contact with this person until 2021. Was she an adult at this time? Yes, Freya.
And I look over and I see him literally just like lurking in the corner of the bathroom with the lights off. And I'm like, I fucked up. Like,
but she was still into him until 2021.
So I went into like full fawn mode. I remember I was like, I'm just going to people please my way through this. Like, you know, I don't know if I thought about it in that terms, but that's just kind of where my brain went.
Jessica.
So I was just like, I don't know. I felt like I was just putting on a performance. And at one point he left to go get lunch. And when he came back, I grabbed my food to start to eat. And that's when he jumped me.
Roz, your story's not making sense. Okay, you said you were all good with it and fine and dandy until 2021. But then in 2014, he also groomed you into polyamory, which AKA just means you cheated on your boyfriend. And it's his fault that you cheated on your boyfriend.
And I said, what are you doing?
Like, what did he do? Lick your ear?
I'm just trying to eat.
Did you know what jump means? I don't know. What is
eat my food?
Did he make you drop some pennies and beat the shit out of you while you picked him up?
And he goes, do you know what feudalism is? And I said, no. And that's when he continued to do what he was.
I don't know how to say that word, sugar. You can't decide on fight or flight responses when it comes to an amygdala hijack.
Doing and explain what it was. to create that psychological tie. So
Tangerine.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay, I gotta get water. Fuck, we're gonna make it for another 5 minutes and then I'll take a break.
And so, the act finished, and
So did you guys have sex?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Rape,
yeah,
essentially?
it's like date rape is just
Okay.
it's
So the interviewer asks, Scars, the diminishing brain cells from watching this mind-numbing babble. Okay, so the interviewer asks, is it consensual? Did you guys have sex? Roz casually, he's like, yeah. And then she goes, date rape?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Rape,
yeah,
essentially?
it's like date rape is just
Okay.
it's
If there-
hard.
yeah,
It's hard because like in 2020, like I was raped and it was a very different experience.
Right.
Scar, have you been outside today? Is it warm enough there, or is it just a cute outfit for inside? Oh, because I have a little sleeveless. I mean, it's like 73 in my home. Outside, it's like, I think supposed to get to 70 something today.
But
Well, I don't think there's a clear cut definition of
because
rape,
I was
because
trying so hard to convince myself that I wanted to be there.
Well, I
you
think
know?
too, when you're trying, it's like fight or flight. When you're trying to get through
Don't you start crying, Roz.
something, you do what you got to do.
I love my ex with like all my heart. And I hated myself so much for what had happened for so long. It took me, and at this point, he knows the ins and outs of the story, and he has a lot of compassion for me, even though
This is because she went and saw him over that summer and he dicked her down, so she likes him again at this moment.
like in the way that we ended up breaking up in 2021, like it was really rough because it had a lot to do with the stalker situation.
No one's allowed to get more done watching this. We all have to become more intelligent because Roz is brilliant. She is a super smart person. She knows big words. And because we're watching it, we're only getting more intelligent. It's okay, guys. We've got this. We are brilliantly intelligent.
And
Wait, so she was in 2020. This is a separate event? I'm confused. Yes. Zoom in on her face. I can't. StreamYards doesn't really allow it. Rude.
I just fucking told him before that I met that man, my life could have been very different. But
Yeah, but you can't think that way.
Yeah,
You just
There are horrible things that have happened to a lot of us, right? Would we be different people? Maybe. But what you choose to do afterwards and getting therapy and taking steps to move forward, you can also make that choice to try to better yourself after things that have happened to you. Are you saying, when did this happen? The interview happened in 2023, but this instance happened in 2014.
You really just can't.
It's just like, that act for me with regards to feederism, I actually kind of had a no response after that event for many years. And then me and my ex broke up for the first time in 2019.
But like that,
I knew something about 2019.
that's when you learned about like that term, and like that's what your stalker was into.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I think my stalker was into some really fucked up stuff. Like,
okay, so her boyfriend was a big tipper on the chatter bait shit. She starts talking to the stalker. She engages in what she defined initially as consensual relationships, even though he showed her the dark web and the damage he wanted to do to his ex-girlfriend and how much he wanted to punish his ex for losing weight. Okay? Okay.
Sure.
I think he was into death feederism. I mean,
So
just
like, what did he want you to do? Just keep eat? Like, would he basically instruct you like what to eat or how much to eat?
well, I can get more of that with the clients because for him, it was more just like a baby step, and it was more just like, he essentially gave me something to eat, and then like started like, you know, fingering me.
Okay.
You know? Like, I don't take it too detailed.
Yeah.
But you know,
No, I think she's talking about the stalker.
like and
So it's
so
more of like the act of like eating and then doing something
Yeah.
sexual.
That doesn't sound like death feederism. That sounds like feederism. Was he giving you 12 meals during it? Was he saying, get bigger? You're making it sound like he was into just feederism. So she was cheating on her ex. Yes.
at least in that instance, right?
Okay.
But like for a lot of like the content and stuff that I did, so I got back into the adult spaces in like 2019. So from 2019 till the end of 2021, I did like
Yes, this happened on the date where she claimed date rape. Although she said just before that it was consensual. Ah, my brain.
amateur, like a more underground adult work because I really needed the money. My ex and I broke up and I moved back to Georgia. And that was when a friend told me about a website.
Groomed into cheating is what she's technically claiming. TMI, you don't want to hear about Roz being, you know, like, bloop, bloop. No.
That's basically like a social media website for feeders and plus size people.
Who needs GLP-1s? We have this to put us off our feed.
And you don't have to be a feeder or a feedie to be on it, which a feedie is the person that the feeder feeds.
She chose feederism for money. She just said it. Yes, she picked this avenue, this route for her sex work.
That's basically like a social media website for feeders and plus size people. And you don't have to be a feeder or a feedie to be on it, which a feedie is the person that the feeder feeds.
Did the stalker tell you to go onto this site specifically? By the way, how do you... that's a great question, Tally, but she stated because the person she did the stuff on the cam with, the stalker, which she went on to have the 8-year relationship with, like not the boyfriend, but the stalker, 2 different people. So she owed him money. She chose to do sex work for that money to repay it. She calls that web grape.
And initially I got into it to start trying to make money.
So she chose this. She picked the nom nom route. I don't know how that's agreeing into feederism. She picked this specifically. Okay.
And then between...
Reminder, it's okay to regret or wish you didn't have a sexual encounter that you consented to prior. But just because you regret it after, even if you fully consented, doesn't make it great, Roz. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, trying to educate myself, the content, I was still in talks with the stalker, and like he would condition me by like sending really like salacious pictures of food to.
Bun sends me salacious pictures of food. Buns, are you my feeder?
Like, this is what's so fucking weird about this story is like he would do like weird shit, and for so many years I didn't fully understand it. Like he would condition me into like reinforcing.
All right, I need to get water before I die. We'll be right back. Everyone go stretch, mentally dump everything we've just heard, and I'll be right back.
Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna climb. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all deep into you might just shatter now. You're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to right. Tough luck, babe. Struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for the damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time. And I don't know where to go from here. Is it worth the fear? All alone, filling up with tears, and I'm hardly here. I am still burning slow. But we'll stick it out now. Is it time to go? Keep winning. How the hell do you make it look so easy? I'm spinning, and I can't seem to get back on my feet. Yeah, I might give up, 'cause I'm falling down now. Won't be good enough. I miss it. Those days when nothing ever really mattered. So willing to give it all deep into you. Might just shatter now. You're scared of time. Gotta beat the clock now. It's all up to pride. Cut my brain, struck out when you had about 30 chances. One bad day, now you don't know how to pay for that damage. I don't wanna cry. If I'm gonna fall back, it's a waste of time.
We have returned back to the hellish nightmare that is.
And that like he loved me and that we had a connection and that I can have that with my boyfriend too. And that's like what polyamory is. But I never actually loved him. I was afraid of him.
Exactly. Yeah.
I was afraid of him. I was afraid of what he could do to me. Because I mean, in 2021, he did clone my phone.
Aioli trauma. Crazy cat
Remember.
lady.
I was deleting all the texts that he was sending, and one day my finger slipped. He cloned my phone number. He got into my phone. He was
What?
and one day my finger slipped. He
My finger slipped. Did he steal your fingerprint? What does this mean?
cloned my phone number. He got into my phone. He was he told me about like in 2014 how he would listen to these girls' phone calls and he would flip his mic on for just a few seconds to like freak them out and then turn it off again. He did that to me. And he
I'm very tired at this point. We've got this, Freya.
did it while I was driving by the hotel by my house that I lived in at the time.
Okay, Roz, make this make sense to me. I don't get it. She's a liar. Yeah,
Would
what?
flip his mic on for just a few seconds to like freak him out and then turn it off again. He did that to me.
Like, were you on the phone with him? Were you on the phone with somebody else?
And he did it while I was driving by the hotel by my house that I lived in at the time. And I eventually was able to confirm on Snapchat his location was still out in, I won't say where, but out in the state in the middle of nowhere.
I don't get it. I don't either. Her finger slipped, though.
And so I was like, okay, so he's not actually here. At
Look how uncomfortable she is. She's very uncomfortable. Her nails do look very pretty.
one point, like I was scared of that. He, what's this fucker do? He got in through my camera. He recorded me through my camera for about 18, 20 minutes and it dropped in my iCloud before
Has there ever been any proof of that?
I guess he couldn't delete it. And that's what landed me trying to go to the hospital for the second time in Omaha. Because while I was in Omaha, I tried to go into the hospital 3 times.
She tried to go in the hospital 3 times. So she tried. What's the equivalent in Indy or Omaha? How did his recording drop into her iCloud? She's saying he cloned it. I'm traumatized by the salty popcorn I got at Wicked 2 this weekend. How was it?
Because I had fractured my metatarsal.
Oh, I thought she meant the mental health facility. And why doesn't she just say a toe?
So to kind of back that up a little bit,
Jesus, no, we don't have to back it up. What does he have to do with you breaking a toe? Why do you have to go to the hospital 3 times for a broken toe? Don't they usually just put you in a boot?
when I
Stabilize?
blocked
There's not too much you can do for a fucking toe.
him, it was like,
Let's take it back some more. We got to go back to before I broke my toe. Well, you've gone back and forth between 2014 and 2021 and 2019. And Roz, keep a linear storyline, please. Can we fucking keep like story straight, keep the story straight. Da-na-na-na-na.
early 2021, I removed him from my Facebook because I was sick of him. Like it was it was my first Valentine's Day with my boyfriend after we got back together, and he sent me
After they got back together. Okay, so now we've gone forward in the timeline again. We've gone forward because they first broke up in 2019. Okay?
this message saying Happy Valentine's Day. I think like love you or just like a heart emoji or something. I don't remember exactly, but
That seems small enough.
I know it said Happy Valentine's
Okay, wait, the stalker cloned her phone? That's what she says. Look how clenched the girl's jaw is. She's about to crack her teeth from discomfort.
Day.
She got great cheekbones.
And when me
Obnoxious how great her
and
cheekbones
my ex had
are.
broken up, it was like
Scar, I broke my toe and I wasn't put in a cast because tissue wasn't damaged. I don't mean a cast. I like a boot though. Like you just get the big old boots they put you on. Like they'll stabilize your little toesies and then put a boot. I know a boot's not on my knee, but you know what I'm saying.
the Valentine's Day was kind of the final straw of a bullshit list of problems. And
Yes,
he
for
knew
it.
that. And so he sent me a Happy Valentine's Day wig because that's kind of what he would do is it had gotten to the point where
What does this have to do with your toe? Roz, excuse me, Roz. What does this have to do with your fucking toe? Can you let me know?
I made myself boring enough that he kind of left me alone for the most part.
What does your toe have to do with him grooming you into feederism and polyamory? Can you let me know? Can someone tell me?
But he would just like randomly poke and prod me. Like he would send me like
Oh, Strange, are you okay? Taking a break while for Instacart of cold medicine, orange juice, and popsicles. Are you okay? Is it a cold? Help! Was this podcast about her life? Did this interview have a point? It's called Groomed into Feederism, but I've heard like 60 other plot lines. Like there are so many plot lines happening in this. I don't understand. It's not like this is how I was groomed into feederism. I started seeing a guy and it started off small where he wanted to see a picture of me eating cake or something, or he sent a pizza to my house because he knew I was hungry. And then the next time it was pizza and dessert. Like it's not like a linear thing. It's well, there I was and I was born.
like pictures of like nacho
Oh no. I hope your wee one's okay.
cheese fountains with like a bunch of
I mean, a nacho cheese fountain sounds pretty fucking good. I wouldn't be upset at that. I like food.
like crazy amounts of food and stuff and just like
That sounds hot.
things like that.
I don't know what that says about me, but you know.
He would send me like a message like that. It was in binary code. So
You had one? Oh yeah, you did for your wedding, right? Oh,
I had like in zeros and ones. So I had to like decode it basically. And this, I just was like, I'm so sick of you.
he broke up with me while my toe was still broken before I could even shower on my own. Oh yeah, I was listening to that with Pulpy. Was it yesterday? Or was it Pulpy? Was it Ash? Who was it? I know I heard that recently. So she had gotten caught cheating and still wanted him to clean her ass. Girl, you're fucked. It was a toe. What does a toe have to do with your butthole? I don't understand how the two are aligned. He broke up with me before I was even. How can you not wash your own ass because of a toe being broke?
You disgust me. I'm so done with this. And so I finally got the balls to block him because he would do things like when he was my Facebook friend, one time he interacted with my dad. And
Ooh, that's interesting.
I have a boyfriend. And I was like, hey, it makes me really uncomfortable that you're talking to my dad. Can you please like stop? And he was like, yeah, sure, whatever.
Why did your dad respond? Why didn't your dad block them?
Next day, he's like,
What does a toe have to do with a butthole? Come on, Scar, get creative. Okay, how does a toe affect your ability to clean your asshole? She uses a loofah on a stick. That's an arm. She didn't break a finger. She broke a toe.
like inciting full-on conversations with my dad publicly on my Facebook page.
Oh, so he was like adding? I guess he wouldn't add. No, it's adding on Facebook.
So, you know, by that point,
Jen,
I was just so sick of his existence and my life and knowing he had access to pictures of my nieces and nephew and like all of that. I was just done with him. And so he ended up stalking me for about 3 months through his current partner, because he's got like 7 or 8 kids with like, I don't know,
I see a plant.
4 or 5 women. Unless he's had more.
Wait, hold on. Shut up. Everyone shut up. Shut up. I missed what was happening because I was looking at a plant.
nephew and like all of that. It just
I should have tagged Scar too. I said I went to the ER and logged my toe breaking. I knew they weren't going to do anything. Oh, hey, Shadow.
I was just done with him.
I had a visitor yesterday who talked nonstop for 45 minutes. I had asked how she was. Never again. I felt stabby.
And so he ended up stalking me for about 3 months through his current partner, because he's got.
Would it be considered stalking or keeping tabs? Like, was the new partner like driving by your house?
Like 7 or 8 kids with like, I don't know, 4 or 5 women.
He's potent.
Unless he's had more, which wouldn't surprise me because he's the type that thinks he should spread his seed.
What is happening with Ross's face here? He's the type that thinks he should spread his seed. Okay, well, you were into him.
That's another incel thing. And he's just a monster, man. And
we could have ended the interview here. We're done. No. How do we still have another fucking hour of this fucking interview? What else? I'm guessing we're going to fill some gaps in. Like, what else do we have for the next hour? Hold on. Let's see what the things are. Hospital stay and abuse. Oh, so I'm guessing we're going to talk about being medically kidnapped. Aftermath of the hospital. SA and revenge corn. Sex parties. Online bullying. I thought you said that's happened your entire life. Are we going backwards or since then? Getting rid of the stalker. Nikocado, avocado, and mukbangs. Leaving feeder community. Roz's current social media. ED, life today, mental health, cult-like mentality of feederism, fear of losing weight, concluding thoughts. Wow, this is a fucking nightmare.
I got a little lost in the point of where I'm at. Yeah, so I blocked him, and then that's when he was watching my stories. So he waited until my foot was fractured. I posted a story the day my foot, I fractured my metatarsal while going down a step.
Why is she saying metatarsal? Why isn't she?
It was very dramatic.
So is your vocabulary.
Next,
web rape, Roz. You want to talk about fucking dramatic? I'm still annoyed at you, and that was like 30 minutes ago. We want to talk about fucking dramatics. You fucking annoy me, Roz. You fucking annoy me. It's my autism. And I understand why my parents don't want to acknowledge it, because then they'd have to take accountability that they didn't raise me like I was autistic.
My Cash App was hacked.
Because metatarsal sounds more important. Her toe. Why did she say he waited for her to break her foot? It was all his plot. Just like Zachary and Michael waited to react to her until they were ready. They were ready to strike.
He did 6 penny charges. And he did.
What's a penny charge?
Did that because in 2014. So he did that to me in 2014.
Fuck, now we're back to 2014. We were just in 2021. Now we're back to 2014.
21. In about 2014, he explained to me how doing those penny charges was like he would do one for that was tied to your most recent purchase. So
what is a penny charge?
So for me, he did Panda Cafe because my most recent purchase had been a meal at Panda Express a few days prior. He did one as a perfume shop because it's supposed to.
Oh, dude. Can you only charge something for a cent? Like a singular cent? Do stores allow that?
To be some psychological thing about making.
Alexa, what's a penny charge?
1 United States penny is 1 US cent.
Thank you, but that's not what I meant.
A woman, like, a fat woman feel insecure for smelling bad. 2 were to be significant locations. So 1 was Indianapolis.
A year? No, she's talking about Freya. She's saying like he did charges for things. Like he was charging Panda Express, right?
For that was tied to your most recent purchase. So for me, he did Panda Cafe because my most recent purchase had been a meal at Panda Express a few days prior. He did one as a perfume shop because it's supposed to be some psychological thing about making a woman, like, a fat woman feel insecure for smelling bad. 2 were to be significant locations. So 1 was Indianapolis. I think the other was.
You can hit accounts with a penny charge just to see if you can access the account, if it will go through. It establishes account access. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Then he will charge back and get her Cash App banned. Well, it seems like she uses the same fucking accounts that she always has. Oh, by the way, she updated her Amazon wish list since she's been with Kirby. I don't know why. It's Otis Classic Small Jars with Lids. A set of 12 mini glass bottles with corks for Halloween decorations, fall decor, wedding, and party favors. I don't know why she needs tiny jars. She wants tiny jars, and I don't know why. Take a break and look at it. I cannot. Oh, you want to look at her Amazon wish list? I mean, that's the only thing that's been added after the pepper spray.
Maybe Georgia and or Texas, like where he's
Maybe she's getting married.
originally from. And one was like a standard bank, and like basically he explained how like when you do it this way, the feds won't like be able to track you or whatever, and it's purely meant to be a psychological attack.
Fuck. Can we stop hearing about this guy?
That's all it's meant to be. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to actually take money from them. To not
Making
get
love
illegal.
potions?
It's meant to evade.
Maybe they're going to do those little sand in a jar where you do the multiple color sand. Maybe that's what they're after.
Legal trouble.
Maybe they're going to take trips together and they're going to collect dirt from every location they've been at. And they're going to label it Forest. It's probably for her mom. No, I think there's no cooking stuff. I think her mom has a separate wish list.
And so, the exact order of how all of these things transpired, I do get a little fuzzy because I mean, at this point, I was experiencing extreme like psychosis.
You dum-dum. We have listened to your psychosis story, and it wasn't psychosis.
Because back in 2020,
Fuck.
when I was sexually assaulted by an unrelated party.
Okay, so there's the other 2020 sexual assault. Okay.
I was basically medically kidnapped.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so we watched her medical kidnapping video. Roz, leave my psychosis havers alone, you freak. I'm just now joining this. She sounds like she's all over. I'm trying to follow. So she went psychotic from a broken toe. My imperfect life, bless you. There's no way to stay up with this because she's bouncing all over the timeline to intentionally confuse people, I think. I think she's doing this intentionally. But we watched her medical kidnapping video, and she went over every minute detail. At no point does it sound like she was in psychosis. Not even a droplet of psychosis. Was she stressed out? Maybe. Was she having panic attacks? Sure. Was she overwhelmed? It sounds like it. Psychosis? No.
I didn't have insurance, and I called 911 on myself after one of my supposed friends told me to go kill myself.
And that's when she was at the buffet and she got food on her shirt, which is important to the story. Because they had her dirty for 2 days and she had food on her clothes. That was very important to the medical kidnapping. She had food on her shirt.
3 days after I'd been raped, because apparently I needed to hear his side of the story and I was overreacting. Because don't we just love rape apologists? And so
she signed the papers, yes. She went to the hospital. They told her if she didn't sign the papers, she was going to have to be charged. She signed the paperwork, and she refers to that as her medical kidnapping. Did they do a rape kit? Doubtful. Well, she said this is 3 days after. She only went to the hospital because she was in psychosis.
I had like a 72-hour kind of mental breakdown, and I realized that
It's weird. Usually with Baker Acts, they start off with 72-hour hold.
Really unsafe. And so
then she tried to leave, or the doctors told her to leave, and she refused.
So I went to the hospital and they sedated me. They fully sedated me. Then they walked.
That's not what you've said.
In while I was sedated, and what I remember is the guy being like blurry and like fuzzy and like wavy looking. holding out a piece of paper, and he's explaining
And this is 72 hours in that they drugged you? You didn't sign the paperwork for 72 hours?
it to me, and it's not making any sense to me
I would like you all to know we have watched that video and she knows every detail of her stay.
at all. And I go, I don't
What part of that is psychosis? I don't know. I don't know. As someone who has been there, I don't recall a moment when I'm in that state.
understand. And based what I remember from him saying was just
How did he sedate her? Well, they took a horse tranquilizer, right? They put it in a blow dart and they went, and it stuck her in the ass. I mean, it took like 4, but she went down, and then they had her sign paperwork, but they had to make sure they stuck her
Like-
first.
if you sign
She's saying multiple times, Peace Frog.
this, if you don't sign this, the state won't pay for it.
That sounds like you have some pretty good mental clarity to know that they said those statements to you. If you don't sign this, they're not going to pay it. How do you remember that statement and you're going in and out of this?
So I signed it. And what I signed was
So you recall that they said, if you don't sign this, it is going to be billed to you. You recall that.
an involuntary hold, which they call a 10.
She also said the doctor wouldn't look at her. It struck me as an odd detail to include when she claimed to be so mentally incompetent.
and 13 in Georgia, I believe. So the ER held me for 2.5 days.
I too am mindful of finances when in psychosis.
And instead of holding me for 12 more hours, which whether or not they actually are allowed to do that, I don't even know. But so the ER held me for 2.5 days. And instead of holding me for 12 more hours, which whether or not they actually are allowed to do that, I don't even know. But they transferred me to a facility called Anchor College.
A lot of the time they'll just hold you until there's a bed available. It might not be that they have to hold you in one location for the 72 hours. It might be they didn't have a bed available at the mental health facility. I waited on hold with insurance for 3 of those 72 hours to make sure my stay would be covered.
In College Park, Georgia. This place, I don't know how they're allowed to be open. I witnessed them beat elderly patients.
You liar. Liar, liar, pants on fire. You stated in your other story that you never witnessed it. You heard someone and you thought it could be slapping. But you don't know if the patient was injuring themselves. You don't know you did not witness it. Stop it.
I experienced a lot of trauma there. I've actually gone as far as to say I feel like my stay there, truly, not to like compare traumas, but it was like more traumatic than my rape. Like the experience I had there was insane. They denied me water for the first 14 hours I was there. I was told I would get a hospital bed. When I arrived, they didn't have any in the facility. Because of my weight, like I can't sleep on those cots safely. So then I was promised that we'll get you extra pillows so you can at least like be elevated.
I'm glad her psychosis allowed her to ask for extra pillows.
Able to breathe. That didn't happen. When I asked the nurse, the staff, whatever, when she came into the room the first time.
Speaking of J-Bay, Dreading just did an amazing video about her crash out. He really nailed some of the confusing parts, like how goal-directed scroll directed her behavior was. Oh, I'll have to take a look at that. What's the point of the other girl? She just sat there for the last 10 minutes. You don't have a single question about any of this? Inigo, every time she tries to speak, Roz is like, no, shut up. I'm going to tell you. Be quiet. This is my interview. I get it. It's your fucking podcast, but this is about me.
I asked about my extra pillows. She laughed in my face and said, "You're lucky to have one," and closed the door in my face.
How does she remember this? How does she have such mental clarity?
So I had to sleep like this. Like, let me show you. For 3 days.
She regularly, we've watched lives even in recent time, when she does lives with her tits to her fucking chin, she sits like this. She does.
Is on my stomach to be able to breathe. And I actually have like permanent hand pain from it. I have permanent side pain from the lacking.
Have you ever had that tested? Just wondering. Have they done x-rays on your hands? Have they done EMGs? Why? What? You said you've been ruled out for arthritis. Do you have carpal tunnel? Have you ever had any of that followed up with a healthcare provider?
Of medical care and equipment. I mean, the state.
Rancid, her titties look ugly here. You know I love titties, but they don't look like her normal titties. They don't look they don't look like her titties usually do. I'm surprised.
Paid for my trauma. Woo. I'm sure Georgia would love to know that they paid a facility to traumatize and mistreat me.
I would like to remind you all, she did not ever follow up, or whenever she talked to her mom about stuff that was happening, she didn't let her mother know what was happening to the older woman in the other room.
They interviewed me naked for the psychological review in the morning because they refused to do my clothes that night. I only had one pair of clothes with me.
And they had the food on it from the buffet.
Didn't take care of the patients. There was a pregnant girl there, and she was having food aversions, and they would not accommodate her. I had to basically profile the staff. I remember while I was in there, I was walking around trying to be oh, hey.
I just want you all to remember, during this time, she is stating she was in psychosis.
Which one of you actually gives a fuck about the people in this room? And the answer was not many. And so thankfully there was a nurse that cared, and I was able to get her extra cereal and stuff. But basically after the first.
Is this legal to say all of this stuff as fact? I feel like there should be an allegedly thrown in there, but there's not.
Day when I had signed the little paper, I said I
had to profile the staff. Long white. She did say that. She did say that. I have your Discord. I can send you some of the good titty sieve drawn to cleanse your palate. Ooh, beetles. I wouldn't be opposed.
To talk to someone. No one came for me. And so the next morning I did the same thing. And then I walked up to the
behavioral health hospital staff here. We have a ton of laundry every shift. Shut the fuck up. Oh, wait, today's the 1st. We are gonna give 5 memberships, right? Meow. Please enjoy your free blowies. I'll probably do more tomorrow, but please, who received a blowy? Raven, Shadow, Courtney the nurse, Scrange, and Emma Faye. I hope you enjoy your free blowies. Welcome, welcome.
Behavioral health counselor that was running the morning meetings, and she was sitting at the front desk, and she was looking down, working in a binder. And I said, hey, so I checked here on the piece of paper. I just want to make sure
my offering was rejected.
Someone will come talk to me today. Without looking up, she looks right at, without looking up. She keeps looking what she's doing, and she just goes, we don't do that here. And I remember I went, excuse me? What? Because I thought I was delusional. I was like,
I mean, you sound pretty fucking delusional, Roz. You sound so fucking delusional.
What? And she repeats herself without missing a beat. We don't do that here.
It sounds like she celebrate. Oh, you know what? You're right. You know what? We're gonna play a quick 55-second gift from Aren't You Excited? It is December. I told y'all December.
She's swelling tassels by the tree, sassy as a diva can be. Peppermint pasty, shaking bright, bringing naughty to the silent night. It's a booby tassel Christmas, darling. Don't you fuss, 'cause one wrong move and you'll get that frosty sour puss. But jingling bells and swinging hips, she owns the season with a glittery flips. Spinning spirits high, merry mischief till the snow runs dry.
Speaking of that video, Roz, also has stated that one of the great things about mental health facilities is the karaoke. And everyone clapped and applauded and told her how amazing she was.
Then why?
I just realized the boy has a Santa costume on. Yeah, isn't he a cutie patootie?
The fuck was I there?
Right.
What?
Because mental health facilities are there until you are stabilized. It is not talk therapy. You'll have group sessions and things, in my experiences. You'll have group sessions, but the goal is to get you stabilized until you are able to see your healthcare provider out in town. Their goal is not to work through your life problems. It is to make sure you are no longer a danger to yourself or to others.
So like for my followers that have like followed my journey for a long time, they know a lot about that story. Like there was an incident where
I
in the
literally
middle
can't
of the
stand
night
her.
I woke up because the room next to me, there was she was a very mean elderly woman, like, but that she still
And the loudest clapper was Albert Einstein.
should be treated like a fucking human being. She was not nice to me, but I heard them beat her.
I thought you said you witnessed it. Didn't you say you witnessed it? Like you saw it? Isn't that part of being a witness? You visually see something?
Like
Convenience?
to try to like get her to
God bless this elderly woman. May she have found peace. Yes. May she have gotten proper care and be in a safe, happy, healthy environment.
heard them hitting
Is this still about feederism? Fuck if I know. I don't know where we're at. We're at the mental health facility being kidnapped.
her.
Broken toe? Fuck that. I don't know what happened with the broken toe. I don't know how that had to do with the feeder stalker.
And she had a roommate too. When I walked
A broken Roz is correct twice a day. I do feel like psych hospitals should offer some form of individual therapy. I mean, I could agree, but I also know that a lot of resources, in general, I feel like mental health should be more widely available. Like sometimes the wait list is insane. I know when I first moved out west, it was like 4 or 5 months before they could get me in with a psychologist and psychiatrist. I had to do telehealth until I could get into a facility.
out into the lobby, who was just like rocking back and forth reading her Bible, and I was able to manipulate the staff into letting me call my mom because my mom at the time was living in Norway with my dad. So it was like 2:00.
Everything she says, like when it comes to these stories, sounds like a script. It doesn't sound like she's recalling an event or actually going through. Same in Germany with the waiting time. That stinks, Marcus. But it doesn't sound like a conversation. Like it fucking sucked. I was just trying to get in touch with my mom. It's a recital. It is going over these key points that she's done, and then she'll change some of the details to sound worse or better. Like she's either the hero even more so. She saved 12 people, or they withheld food from her for 7 days and 7 nights, and she was only allowed to touch water and bread.
In the morning, so it was like a normal time for them.
You sent it? Ooh.
So I was able to call her and talk to her, and I was just like,
Mom, get me out of here.
I was in prison for 3 days. Like, I was in
Oh
this
my
facility. They
gosh.
didn't transfer.
I can't show y'all, but Beetle Pins is a fucking artist. Yeah, no, Beetle Pins is a fucking
the
artist.
medications that they gave me in the ER over. So I actually, that first night as well, I experienced med-induced psychosis for the first time. And, you know,
okay, everyone buckle in. We're going to hear the psychosis now. Supposedly, rumor has it, we're going to hear the psychosis. At this point in the story, we're going to hear psychosis.
Facility, they didn't transfer the medications that they gave me in the ER over. So I actually, that first night as well, I experienced med-induced psychosis for the first time.
What did your psychosis look like? Scar, don't check your DMs and then tease us with them. How dare? I mean, Beetle was just taking care of my mental health. We have great artists in this community. We do. Can you tell me what your psychosis was?
And you know how I mentioned the psychosis in 2021? I'm now more susceptible to experiencing psychosis because of the medical malpractice that Anchor, as well as the ER up in North Georgia, did to me.
What was the psychosis? Am I about to be offended? Well, don't worry, Busted Can of Biscuit, because she never actually goes into the psychosis. She tells everyone she's experienced psychosis, but she remembers every detail, what she did, how she profiled the staff, all of this.
They failed me every step of the fucking way, and I am permanently damaged from it for the rest of my life. Like I have issues with my.
Okay, but you've also said you sleep like that since you were a child. Was it because of years of you sleeping like this as a child, or is it because of the hospital? Pick a lie. Pick a lie.
Grip strength, and I also had like a rough life for the next couple of years because I was so traumatized from everything that happened within the first 2 weeks of January.
Okay, is this back in 2019 or is this 2021?
I ended up living, like, one of my family friends was so gracious as to let me live in their camper in their front yard for 7 months when I could like barely function, let alone work. But I mean, I'm this size and I was living in a camper. That was hard. Like my knees permanently hurt from
The Mayo bottle, she got a good grip on that.
the position I had to sleep in. And you know, I always want to make sure I give them credit. I don't think I think what they did for me was so gracious and kind.
But now she talks shit about the whole camper situation. Like there was mold on the walls. If she wasn't cleaning the walls daily, the bugs and her knees, she's not able to move, and she needed a cane, but she didn't because she talked shit about Rain and saying like Roz was too good for a cane. Paolo.
And I'm so appreciative
You
because
gotta sing it.
it would have been much worse if I didn't have a roof and a toilet and a shower and electricity to have, you know. And I had to clean it like
Oh, there it is.
every single day because the way the camper worked with the way more water and moisture.
See, this is what I mean. If you're having a normal run through of your life, right? You're like going into how you were groomed into feederism. I'm listening as I work on stuff, and I can't believe she's still going. She is still going. I think we've had a solid, I don't know, 70 words from the interviewer, and that's it. Maybe 70 words. That might be very generous. But if you were like going through it, I feel like you would do the bare skimming of it. Like, oh yeah, there was a time I lived in a camper and that was kind of rough. I've been in and out of the hospital with some traumatic experiences, but you wouldn't go into those minute details every single time. And repetitive storytelling. Like she tells the story this way over and over, like to remind herself and convince the audience. She's a very interesting storyteller.
Could get in.
And I think that's probably an emphasis, storytelling.
Would get moldy within like 4.
Oh, have a great day, Corbett. I completely understand. Make sure you guys take care of yourself and your health. And my guess is this is just my guess is this is what it was like for that girl she was talking to that she just met. She just told this girl probably all of these stories too. Can you imagine being trapped in a car with Roz for 5 hours? And she was like, I told her something very private and traumatic, and we just hugged. Why do I feel like it's this interview?
48 hours. If you weren't like constantly wiping down the water and everything, that would accumulate. That was a really hard time because that was during.
Okay, can you tell me how this has anything to do with being groomed into feederism? What do wet walls have to do with feederism? Am I stupid? Yes, but I don't understand.
During COVID. So I reported this abuse 2 weeks later.
What? We're going straight from wet walls to I reported this abuse. Was the abuse the wet walls? Or are we going back to the mental health facility?
Clean it like every single day because the way the camper worked with the way more water and moisture could get in, it would get moldy within like 48 hours.
Okay, so the sentence it would get moldy within 48 hours.
Like constantly wiping down the water and everything, that would accumulate. That was a really hard time because that was during COVID.
Yeah, COVID attacks campers. I don't know if y'all know this, but COVID comes out at night and to attack campers.
So I reported this abuse.
I guess we're no longer in the camper.
2 weeks later, COVID happened because I didn't.
Yes, Freya. Is Roz gone because she and the new girlfriend are with each other 24/7? Yes, she posted a couple stories, although I don't know if it's her in the story because it was a skinny shadow. But out in the woods exploring.
Report it right away. For the assault.
Was there a cut? It looks like it. Oh, you mean during that?
Within like 48 hours. If you weren't like constantly wiping down the water and everything, that would accumulate. That was a really hard time because that was during COVID. So I reported this.
No, there's no cut, Buns. It is strictly into the next sentence. No cuts.
Abuse. 2 weeks later, COVID happened because I didn't report it right away.
What?
That was a really hard time because that was during COVID.
Okay, so that was during COVID. This is her manipulation tactic. She goes on and piles on with more trauma to make people feel like she's a survivor, more admirable and needs friends. I feel like she throws in additional details to mess you up. Like, oh, well, you weren't paying attention when I said 36 slides ago that the walls were wet. And, my broken metatarsal.
So I
don't know how we're going back and forth. I feel like a damn ping pong ball.
reported this abuse. 2 weeks later, COVID happened because I didn't report it right away for the assault.
Oh, we're at the assault now. Fuck, I thought we were reporting the abuse of the mental health facility.
And I was told that basically due to COVID, they weren't going to continue proceeding. And it's crazy because like I have written proof that
Scar, let's back up and add more detail to what you said. About what? What I was just saying?
this person didn't have
I still have no idea the timeline. Well, now we're in COVID time. So we're in 2020.
consent for how he raped me. And
Wait, what?
And it's crazy because like I have written proof that this person didn't have consent for how he raped me. And it's still being treated like he said, she said. And then back in May of this year, he posted revenge porn of me on one of the Chan sites.
This is the stalker again.
No, this is
Mhm.
another.
I need chocolate. I want some chocolate.
different person.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the person who assaulted me in 2020 is a different man.
Okay.
Because like I mentioned, I was
This is her manipulation tactic. This is how she tells stories and blames it on her neurodivergence. The 2020 essay did in fact happen, though. I believe essay. It's just she also talked about web rape in this one. It broke Scarred. She talked about web rape. She talked about that she had consensual sex with the stalker, but then called it date rape.
is
It's just very hard to keep up with.
completely just like, I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. I guess I was also groomed in
Been lurking, we gotta say this also. That it's like every part of her life is so negative. Like, fuck. She has started going back and forth on the timeline. It's 2014, it's 2021, it's 2016, it's 2023, it's 2019. I have a broken toe. Oh, my asshole. Oh, well, no, it's not my stalker. This is a different person. Well, this is my stalker, but he wasn't my stalker to begin with. And he showed me the dark web. And I decided to keep talking to him. And then I was like, it can't happen to me. But then it was happening to me. And then he cloned my phone. And then he blah, 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 turn off the router.
into polyamory and in a way of like thinking I was polyamorous and wanting to explore it. And so when I moved back to Georgia, I would go to these like BBW like poly parties,
That sounds like it could be a good time.
like sex parties and stuff. It was a wild time and I learned
Okay, so 2019. Thank you, Chris. I'm so glad I have someone who's like, you've known her for over 10 years. She moved back to Georgia 2020 on New Year's Day. She experienced SA. Second week of January 2020, and she was 5150'd in a psych ward because she called 911 on herself. Yes, we were listening to that. And then she was talking about psychosis, but it doesn't sound like the psychosis. Or was that a separate time? That's the medical kidnapping. But she was saying she had,
a lot.
if she would have just if she would have just stayed in a linear timeline, maybe we could keep up. But she's just all over the place with this and this and this and this and this. Not okay. In 2014, this was happening to me. We continued to talk, and in 2015, this happened. We're not moving in this. And then, I had a boyfriend for 5 months, and then he tried to cut his throat in front of me, and I tackled him.
But
Were people actually having sex there? Just like out in the open? Like big orgies?
Okay, those are definitely things. I guess, this, maybe she doesn't know about them, but they have certain bars and clubs and things where depending on the curtain color, whether it's like a sheer black or sheer red, you can either just look or you can participate. Those kind of parties do exist.
Yeah. Okay.
it depended on the party. Some were a lot more lit than others.
Wow. How many of those did you go to?
A lot.
Did you enjoy them at the time?
At the time,
She was in the hospital when she was 5150 and given medication to calm her down before she was moved to the psych ward, but they weren't told that she had really bad experience with certain meds. Chris, and this, she states that's not the case. This was the first time she didn't have the interaction. It was because she was tranquilized. She went into psychosis. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't know. I feel like I was doing anything to feel alive.
Yeah. Like it was just part of
It was
your
just,
journey.
yeah. You know what I mean? Like at the time, yeah. But
Okay.
looking back,
You wouldn't do it again.
Oh, no.
No. Okay.
Because what ended up happening is I kind of realized, like, at least for one of the party sectors, like there were some private parties that were awesome and fun
Okay, so we're back on something about feederism. We've made it back to feederism, I think.
and great
I think we're back to feeders.
and cute. But there was a certain sector where I found out near the end, around the time I left, that they were like posting their home address on like FetLife, which is like a fetish social media website, like the house where their kids live. Come on.
Right.
And when I found out that they were using, this is so gross. When I found out that they
Yeah, she was given too much of a certain med. I don't know which one, and she went into a psych ward, but she was not all the way aware of what was happening. But that doesn't mean psychosis. You can be somewhat unaware, but for somebody who's going into every detail of what's happened at that time, I'm going to say, in my opinion, allegedly, supposedly, not psychosis.
were using their kids' beds to help, be a part of the party and like cleaning out the rooms to make it not look like kids' rooms. I was like, that's
Went to a swinger bar with her mom. Is that true? She went to a swinger bar with Jeff's mom and Jeff.
fucking disgusting. And it was all about the money for them. Like they were charging single men like $60 and women were basically getting in for free. And what I realized later on is it was officially like $15, but if a woman paired with a man, it only cost like $30.
But she was held for a mandatory 72 hours because she called on herself. I don't believe she was in psychosis. You don't really know you're in psychosis when it happens, apparently.
Get in, and
So
they
people
do
would go into these parties and just like
expect sex. Yeah.
okay.
And like there was multiple times where like I was definitely assaulted, like, but in the scheme of my life, like
Listen, all my sex workers out there, my recommendation, please just be safe. We love sex workers. My only request, please be safe.
and things that I've actually experienced and like experiencing like full on rape and stuff and everything. It's
Agree, Scar, and I know you have personal experience, but as described, that is not psychosis.
just like, oh, which isn't healthy nor, that it's not
Right.
healthy at all.
I thought she was about to say nor funky nor fresh. I really thought she was about to say that. Please don't let Roz jade you. People can be hold on. Words. Please don't let Roz jade you. People can be assaulted and subjected to things without consent on the internet. It is a very gray line. Calling it digital rape like Roz did downplays things. Thank you, Buns.
But that's the truth. And once I kind of realized
I think you can be aware that things don't make sense. Yes.
that those parties were kind of set up to be, I don't know. I've had people be like, that sounds like sex trafficking. And I'm like, I don't know if it's that level or not. Like, I'm not an expert, but I don't know. I've had people be like, that sounds like sex trafficking. And I'm like, I don't know if it's that level or not. Like, I'm not an expert, but it was very,
Yeah.
if you it was pretty much advised, like when the women were talking, they'd be like, yeah, I wouldn't go to those parties if I didn't have my husband, or I wouldn't be at these parties if I didn't have this.
Dealing with psychosis and having DID is probably the worst combination ever. Oh, I have no idea, but I'm just speaking from my own lived experience. It's awful and I hate feeling crazy.
Man I trust to protect me, because like I would go alone and I had some fucked up stuff happen to me.
Right.
But I also am pretty good at like holding myself down. And there was this one guy.
All these extra stories. I wish you would have just told us the story of how she was groomed into feederism.
At one of the parties that came, and he was like,
ooh, do I get chili or ramen for dinner? Depends what kind of chili and what kind of ramen. Those are my two questions. I need to know.
Really like waiting in the wings for people to finish what they were doing.
I would say ramen, but I see Rancid's pretty big on the chili right now. I need more details.
And then he would literally like jump the woman and like this is really gross. And because he just like wanted to get like a taste of her, and then he would like,
did he bite her?
Leave. And he did that to me and like 8 other women before he got kicked out.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
8.
Stop using jump. I know. I like when I hear. Never mind. Never mind.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
So
what does she mean? I don't know.
Anyway, yeah, and there's just a lot of stuff like that. There was like just there was very much a culture of like protecting the men and stuff. And so
I just need to know, was it like he bit her ass? Like, "Arr," or was it like, what was it? That's still assault. Don't get me wrong. That is still assault. I'm just curious what that means. Like, 8. How? Bison chili with like 3 bean types or pork belly tonkatsu ramen. See, me, I would go with the ramen because I don't like beans.
when I spoke out
Rancid really wants you to get the bison.
about what happened to me, I was ostracized for it because I was very vocal.
Question. It seems to me that Roz rates all of her bad experiences the same. Like she speaks as if having the stalkers the same level as a setting as breaking her toe. That's what I'm saying, Freya. It's all this level of, she makes the big trauma sound so minute because everything is similar levels to her. Her boyfriend broke up with her and she wasn't even able to clean her ass yet. It was her toe. Don't like beans. I know, Mish. I know. I think it's because we had them so much growing up. I'm not sure, but the smell of ham hock and beans still makes me like nauseous. But yeah, no, everything is the same level for her. Green beans, trauma, toe, trauma, rape, obviously trauma, but she rates them all the same. And I don't get it. Like, small things are big to her, big things are big things to her.
And I felt I was really angry at how some like the forerunners of those communities were so dismissive of me. And it's not good for business. That's what it boils down to.
And she trivializes. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for, Sparkle. Hey, Razzle Dazzle. She like minimalizes and trivializes.
And, you know, looking back, it's like I can understand why I made those decisions and why I thought that was a good thing at the time. I just wish I had been able to make different decisions. But the thing is I know I would have never gone down that path had I
Okay, what would have prevented it? Are we going with the stalker?
not been groomed into polyamory by my stalker.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was the feederism stuff. It's the polyamory. Okay.
Like
Groomed into polyamory.
feederism too, but like I feel like
We should have just changed the title. It's not even groomed into feederism anymore. It's groomed into polyamory.
the polyamory was a big part of it. Like,
Wait, she was poly? She was groomed into poly, which just means she didn't want to feel bad for cheating on her boyfriend. So she's saying the stalker groomed her into polyamory because she was cheating on her boyfriend.
it fed into my like unwillingness to like want to commit to other people besides my ex at the time. And I basically told him like if we got back together, like I didn't want to be monogamous. And ultimately, now
She wanted to fuck multiple people. That's okay. Just be in an open relationship, Ross.
I know I think that was a sign that I probably necessarily
Tiny.
didn't fully want to be back with him unless there were certain changes that I just don't know he's able to make. From where I stand currently,
She was groomed into polyamory. She was groomed into sex work. She was groomed into feederism. She was groomed into HAES. Happy at or health at every size. I got there eventually. Look at me go figuring out acronyms.
I care about him a lot. He was there for me so much. Like, so back on the gang stalking topic, because I didn't really kind of glazed over
Look, I forgot about the gang stalking. We're back at the gang stalking.
for that with the r/fat people hate.
Does this have to do with your toe or the mental health being kidnapped? Or maybe about that time you fell down the stairs? Or maybe the wet walls?
They posted me like one time I was posted 7 times on the top 25 of the week for that subreddit. So like pretty much every time I posted, there were people posting, making fun of me. People photoshopped me like selfies, and they would photoshop like a
Can someone Photoshop me as a peacock? If I start getting hate, can any haters make me a peacock? That sounds fun.
cheeseburger into the selfie. Or they one of the ones that really fucked me up
What is the theme of the story? How many traumas can you get into someone's ear in an hour and a half? Have fun, Grace.
was they they took a picture of me standing in a purple dress, like I was standing outside.
This would be the worst book ever. I would be like, you know, those old Goosebumps stories where it's like, if you want this ending, go to page 32. If you want this ending, go to page 60. That's what it feels like. We're back and forth.
Of a Subway holding my sandwich, and they photoshopped all the excess fat off my body.
Yummy.
So I looked like this janky, like humanoid version of myself. My sandwich, and they photoshopped all the excess fat off my body. So I looked like this janky, like humanoid version of myself.
They photoshopped you to look like a average weight person. Is that what I'm getting? It's the trauma dumping power hour. Fuck. Choose your own adventure. Yes, diary. What about a sandwich? Okay, yeah. Let's go back to the sandwich
of the week for that subreddit. So like pretty much every time I posted, there were people posting, making fun of me. People photoshopped me like selfies, and they would photoshop like a cheeseburger into the selfie. Or one of the ones that really fucked me up was they took a picture of me standing in a purple dress, like I was standing outside of a Subway holding my sandwich, and they photoshopped all the excess fat off my body. So I looked like this janky, like humanoid version of myself.
What sort of sandwich? I've been stalked online, and this feels like a baby's first uncomfortable internet encounter. Does anyone have that Photoshop? I don't know. I've seen this photo. It was bad. No, they made her look like Jack Skellington. Like they had the fat they removed in a photo as well. Oh, so it's not like they just removed the fat. They went the opposite end of it.
And they were like, and then in a separate JPEG, they literally like just put a pile of all my like extra fat. And
it sounds like she has dealt with a ton of hate online, right? And she's a terrible person. There's no denying, though, she's dealt with a lot of hate. My brain doesn't understand why she kept exposing herself to it. Like, why was she logging into Reddit all the time? Like, it doesn't seem like this was good for her mental health.
So basically you experienced real life bullying growing up and then online bullying. So my other question that I have for you is, I know that you said,
Hey, aren't you exhausted? This has been hell. Welcome.
Growing up in your whole life, basically, like weight was always something that you dealt with. But with the feederism, like as far as that goes, do you think that stalker kind of like planting that seed in your head, do you think that played a role in like did it cause you to like eat more, or like did it have any effect like that? Or
do you have eyeballs? That was rude. I'm sorry. That was rude. Nope. She definitely wasn't eating more. She was eating less. She's irritated the fuck out of me right now. Rise.
Or was that
That's
kind
a
of
great
just like,
question.
She has dealt with a lot of hate in the beginning of the internet life for her. She also didn't make things better for herself by fighting people back. She was very combative, and nasty.
It's hard for me to correlate with that because my eating disorder is so complicated and nuanced.
I wish you would go to therapy for that trauma that happened to you as a young person. I wish you would address what happened, because it is a terrible thing that happened. And it sounds like that is the core of what led you down this path. It seems like you've had some factors that contributed, but that is the core of everything. I think you need to work on that. And then let's keep working forward. But all this other stuff, you're just trauma.
Because I mean, I think I felt like when I really launched into feederism in 2019, he was less involved in my life at the time, but if I remember correctly, like
I'm too thin-skinned for the internet. That is a thing. You don't have to be a creator or a YouTuber or whatever. That's true.
I think he was like really excited about it, obviously, because like under feederism, there's a lot of
it's her attitude. I never got a fraction of the shit she allegedly has. Well, and it's who she is. Like, y'all know some of what I've been through, right? You guys know a couple instances, but you know what I did? I addressed it and I tried to be a better person. Like, you are more than the things that have happened to you. They can be a part of who you are, but they're not your defining factor. You are stronger than the shit you faced. she could be somebody who's like a badass and like, yeah, that happened to me, but you know what? I fucking have a personality and I'm a better person for it. I'm going to be beyond this. I'm going to be bigger. I don't mean that like that. I'm going to be bigger than what's happened to me, but she's not.
Kinks.
So correct me if I'm wrong, and I might I can't remember if this is what you said, but after he
So feederism era started in 2019 or 2014. I guess it depends which timeline you're following with.
planted that seed and like you learned what that term meant, did you kind of on your own dive into that kink?
Not right away.
Okay, but that was something eventually that like he planted that seed and like you learned what that term meant. Did you kind of on your own dive into that kink?
Not right away.
Okay,
But you said you wanted to go into the feeder content. You became a feedee. Like you chose that, right? You said you did that because you wanted to make money.
was something eventually that like you kind of catered to for other people that were into
Yes.
that. Okay.
And then it became personal eventually. Like it
Okay.
became way more than I ever would have wanted it to be.
And when you would feed into that kink, was that online? Was that like on the Chatterbait thing?
No. So Chatterbait was a brief stint.
Okay.
All right. So 2019.
Okay, guys, we got this. We got
I
this.
joined a website called Phoebe.
Okay.
It's kind of like Fight Club. Like we don't talk about Phoebe is like kind of how they operate. I'm no longer on there, so fuck it. I don't give a shit.
Right.
But they're a website that caters specifically to feeders. And I made a profile on there initially. I started
Was this because of the stalker?
getting attention because of like my shape gets me a lot of attention. And that's
Kind of like a, I don't know, like a beach ball on toothpicks.
sphere, like my body shape and the way I carry my weight. And it started out with just like, I basically did everything like outside of OnlyFans. Like I had a Google Drive and I would just sell by word of mouth. And I priced my modeling based on like being, the way I would explain it to people is like, I priced it as like, if I were a high-end escort in this.
You know what? A lot of people have different types.
Sense of I charge more because I'm harder to find. You can only get this through me. I'm not on Clips for Sale. I'm not on OnlyFans. I'm not on any subscription service. I'm not affiliated with anyone.
This high-end escort.
And it worked. And because I was only working with people who would pay me those prices. So I was treated with more respect. And I also did it as a safeguard because I had my nudes leaked in like 20.
Okay, so was this high-end escort job, or at least how she's profiling herself or labeling herself, this high-end escort stuff, was this before or after the sex parties?
13 during the Chatterbait phase and the skank stalking and all that. Like
It sounded like she said skank stalking, not gang stalking.
because my stalker was posting on the Reddits and stuff and on 4chan and 8chan and LOL Cow, so many sites. And that's why, like, I think I was.
Okay, but what did she actually do in feederism? Did she actually meet them in real life or cam? Well, she said she went to like big parties, like, you know, like she was big and at the party, but I don't know. Was she meeting these people or was it strictly online?
Where other people were talking about me too, obviously.
Like, did she have, well, okay, neurologist. I think he was a client. So I'm assuming she had actual clientele.
But he really led the charge.
Skank stalking.
And I know this for a fact because my ex found this post and was like, hey, what's up with this?
Why was your ex diving into you? She said she didn't know her ex was still looking at that stuff. I've done laundry and cleaned my kitchen. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. I love a clean house. Did you light a candle? Ooh.
And I think it was on one of the Chan sites. I don't have proof of it now, but my ex could attest to this. Someone wrote a post about, yeah, I had sex with her once, blah, 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 and then saying something like about how I smelled bad.
Did you have sex with this person?
And I knew it was him because one of the things that he had done when we met in person is he forced me to not shower first.
He wanted that stinkiness on her.
And he claimed it was for kink reasons. And
I mean, it does sound like a kink reason.
I didn't want to do that either. But again, this man scared me. I ended up doing something.
Before you went over, why didn't you shower? Like, how would he have known? I mean, I guess he would have known, but like before, as you got dressed and for the day, why didn't you just like take a shower?
Like the way I got out from under him. So like, you know, he back in 2021 when he did all that stuff. Like, and I'm sorry if this isn't linear. This story is really hard
You're telling us at an hour 13 that your story this isn't linear? Yeah.
to tell. It's over many years, and there's
I think you need to also work on your ADHD. I think you need to work on your ADHD.
many moving parts. Like, but near the end, when my foot was broken and I had called the police and I tried the FBI.
What? Okay, now the foot broken again. Okay, we're back to the broken toe.
Really hard to tell. It's over many years, and there's many moving parts. Like, but near the
I
end,
want some soup dumplings.
and when my foot was broken and I had called the police and I tried the FBI again.
My foot was broken. I called the police. I tried the FBI again. Did she have a broken foot when she was in the hospital?
To no avail. Like, I have proof this man stalks hundreds and hundreds of fat women. I'm a firsthand witness to it, and they just don't care. And
God
that
almighty.
he's probably out there doing this shit to other people right now. But see,
This man has like 8 kids too.
the thing with me was I got him to trust me.
GSH. Hi.
That was one of the reasons why I think I spared Stockholm a little bit, is I manipulated him into falling in love with me. Once I realized, as much as the narcissist sociopath can, I manipulated him into trusting me. Like, I got his full legal name at one point.
Is that the definition with Stockholm? Is that you make them fall in love with you? Is that how Stockholm works? I thought it was like you felt this love towards them, like that you don't want to betray them. I'm confused.
And I got as much information about him as I could. And then I made him care about me, and then I became incredibly boring. And that's how I got a few years of reprieve
Stockholm isn't a thing.
before everything blew up. And he
But what she's saying isn't what I've heard, like Stockholm. I know this is a stupid analogy, but it's how my brain thinks of it. Beauty and the Beast. My brain feels like that is my thought process for Stockholm Syndrome. And I know that's a terrible analogy, but it's the best way I could do it, where you like fall in love with your captor.
You know, with all those things that he did, like cloning my phone number, he was like trying to get into my Instagram, and thankfully, like I had that factor authentication. Thankfully, I know what I'm doing, and like I'm educated on like tech sides of things.
Then why didn't you get a new phone? Like, you're saying you're pretty educated, but you knew this guy cloned your phone. Why didn't you get a new phone?
And all of that. And
Like, how did that officially stop with him?
The whole Stockholm thing was what the cops used to devalue a woman sucking up to her captor to keep people being held hostage safe. Oh, interesting. Thank you for that. I didn't know about that. I know there's a story, and I can't remember the location or the details really, but my half-assed memory says like a group of people, maybe it was a bank, they were held hostage, but by the end of it, like they felt bad for the people that were doing it. Where was that? Was it a bus? Was it a bank? Something along those lines.
Yeah, I eventually basically went to him and said, hey, because it's a long story. Let me try to summarize it.
It's a long story. What is all that?
That me and this girl named Erica were a part of the same body positivity sphere. Her mom dated his half-brother. He was so abusive, his half-brother, my stalker's half-brother, that she's like permanently disabled and disfigured.
Okay, I have to rewind it. I have to hear what this story is now. It was a bank in Stockholm. Thank you, Rancid. See, my brain. Some parts of things. It happened in Stockholm, or do you mean what kind of building? Because it was a bank. 2 for 2. Look at me go. Okay. Everyone, we're focusing. We're hearing a news story. Does everyone have their seatbelt extenders?
Hey, because it's a long story. Let me try to summarize it. Me and this girl named Erica
Hey, Elizabeth.
were a part of the same body positivity sphere.
Okay, so Erica, we need another side character.
Her mom dated his half brother.
The stalker? How did Erica end up with the stalker's half brother?
He was so abusive, his half brother, my stalker's half brother,
Okay.
that she's like permanently disabled and disfigured.
Erica is, or the mother?
I'll leave it at that. It's not my story to tell, but she is permanently like unable to work and has a lot of health complications because of what he did to her.
I hope she is doing well. I hope she has found peace and light and happiness. It's a Swedish bank in Normalstorg.
They shared the same dad. She paid for a background check because we kind of this all came together with me because I had one conversation with him in 2014 and then a conversation
Is this the half brother or the stalker?
with her in like 2021, and I was able to piece this all together, and we figured that out and was like, what the fuck? This is the most random mind fuck.
That they were related?
And then she paid for his background check, and I was able to get his address. I was able to get all this information about him. And then and I got it because of her. So I sent
Scar, I blame you for this. I watched Wendigoon and he explained the JFK assassination on a whiteboard. You don't even have a flow chart. Shake my head.
him this.
Is she telling stories again? When did this happen? Pick a timeline, Elizabeth. We've had like 6 different timelines happening at the same time. She'll bounce back and forth.
Long message on this fake Facebook profile. This fake Facebook profile is the main one he showed me over TeamViewer.
And I'm telling you, the title is groomed into feederism, and we've heard so many other stories during this.
I think it was like Liam something. And he hadn't changed it. Like all the
Interviewer disassociating right now. This interviewer is getting so bored, you can tell by her body language. Well, when someone, like I said, it's not like she's telling you a story and here's something big that happened and telling you a story and this happened. No, she's just like every talking point is listen to this. What happened to me here? 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 At what point does it stop becoming a shock value? You no longer have that shock value. Like, oh my God, I'm so sorry you went through that. Like, how are you doing? No, when everything, it's like bang, bang.
Posts and dates and all of that were all still from 2013, 2014, because he had sat there on TeamViewer.
I like her chair. It looks soft. It seems like a bitch if you have a pet, like all sorts of animal hair, but it seems soft.
And like
It
explained
kind of looks like a cat tree the longer I look at it.
to me why this post was like this to help make it seem more real, blah, blah, blah.
You thought you were having a stroke, pure confusion. I've felt like that for the last 3 hours. Yeah, no, you were in the right here.
So I messaged that and I was just basically
What happened with Erica?
like, hey, I know this is full name. I know you're with blah, blah, blah. I know you're at this address. And I was like, if you don't leave me the fuck alone, I'm going to ruin your life. And hey, if I'm crazy and I'm wrong and this is really some white dude named Liam, go ahead and message me proof and I'll apologize. But Liam, go ahead. And hey, if I'm crazy and I'm wrong and this is really some white dude named Liam, go ahead and message me proof and I'll apologize.
That was random.
But if you don't, I'm going to assume I'm right. He left me on red, never responded. And it's been crickets ever since.
And how long ago?
That's all it took. That's all it took to get a stalker who cloned her phone and filmed her from her camera and everything else. That's what it took to get him to stop. That was it. And he hasn't bothered her since. Okay. Now you're Liam, by the way. I didn't think so.
In 21, you said?
Yeah. It was about, I would say roughly June.
Okay.
Like, summertime 2021.
And you just haven't had any more issues?
Because I will ruin him.
Yeah.
It sounds like he had quite a bit on you as well. I thought you said you had contacted the FBI with no luck. with no nothing. And he's probably still out there doing this to other women. What? Rise with the broken foot and the FBI and the cops. But you send him one text message and he leaves you alone? Okay. So in 2021, he quit contacting her. She did not stop contacting him. She did say that.
He knows, I know who he lives with. I know the situation with his kids.
All I have just did what he did to you back to him.
So you started stalking. Is that what the interviewer just asked?
Yeah. And then as far as everything else goes, are you still involved with those other websites, or how did you get where did you get with that? Okay.
So
everybody watched the movie Unsane. You'll know why after it. Ah, yes, I've heard things.
I did that for a while. It's really hard for me to talk about how I left feederism without bringing up two people I don't want to talk about.
Okay.
So,
and just to kind of circle back to that, just so I have an understanding.
Bless you, interviewer. You're as lost as we are.
When you were doing that fetish on your own.
Yeah. Miss Saber, good question. What about all the other women he's doing this to? If you have his information and he's stalking other women and getting information on them and causing TBIs to people back and forth, according to you, why didn't you give that information to the police?
Was that
what if other women are in danger, Roz?
You were catering to other people that had that fetish.
Yes.
So basically, how did that operate?
Yeah. So basically, I
wonder how many times she said basically in this. What words? We're gonna let her keep talking. I just want to look at the transcripts.
For example, one weekend, some guy gave me $600 to have, and the only stipulation is he wanted me to spend it on food. They would pay for content regarding basically I would just do.
So basically was said 43 times.
Do salacious mukbangs.
What was the other thing she said earlier?
The kind of what you wouldn't put on YouTube. I never posted any of that content on mainstream platforms, even if it would have technically been safe for work, because I do have a lot of issues with the mukbang industry, and specifically, it's a very touch and go, because there are some that are genuinely innocent and provide a certain level of entertainment that's not sexualized, but then you've got people like Nikocado Avocado, very.
What Nikocado do? I mean, I don't like Nikocado.
Very clearly catering to the fetishists.
What do you do right now? What is it that you, until YouTube's after you? No, because right afterwards you did the whole eating a seafood boil with a gloved hand coated in butter.
I could write I could perform a 2-hour video essay on what the fuck Nicocado's doing. But,
Yay, word count. Yeah, basically it was 43 times.
And it's for the money.
Hi,
and it's just,
what are you doing, baby?
I find a lot of frustration. It's if you're going to do that, keep it to the adult platforms. Kids watch this shit. And
Rosalind.
It's normalizing. There's certain things that are normalized in that style of content that is not healthy or good. And then even mukbangs.
Her eating those ramen noodles with her exam gloved hand was something out of a horror film, with the noodle dangling out of her mouth as she slopped it up. And everything was wet.
The people who are maybe straight sized or,
So we're just going to ignore her entire channel? Yes, we are.
They're not overweight. There's just the way that you go about it, how you do it.
And there's some weird ones.
There are some weird ones. And it's
I wonder what this lady would say if she watched Roz's stuff now. Just carry.
But also the act of a fat person eating on camera is not a mukbang, is not feeder content. And I'm very vocal about that. When I do eat on camera, I edit around in certain ways, and I try to,
what about your live streams? Are those edited in certain ways?
Certain things I try to avoid because I know what the feeders want.
Roz eats popsicles, and she can't deep throat because she can't suck a dick, but she puts a popsicle into her mouth and lets it drip on her titties.
And
she slurps up noodles with white sauce and lets the white sauce drip on her chest.
I want to also be a lifestyle person. I want to cook and eat on camera. I don't want to feel like I can't do that just because I'm an ex-fetus model. I don't want to feel like I have to.
Hot dogs, 2 hot dogs, 1 bun. What? That sounds like a porn in itself.
Be performative in that way. I struggle with that a lot, but
I hate when she looks at the camera in this interview.
because like I'm also just one person and not an expert, and I don't want to
You're one person, not 5. Stop eating like that. Rude again.
yuck anybody's yums in terms of entertainment.
I will. If you are doing content that is dangerous to others, I'm going to yuck the fuck out of it.
But like if you're like currently a fetus model and you're out there trying to make a mukbang
Jeff disagrees. She can't take it to the throat. She gets
channel, it's like just because like you're wearing clothes and you're toning it down a little bit doesn't mean you're still not making feeder content. You're just
Excuse me? Excuse me? Say it again.
out there trying to make a mukbang channel. It's like just because like you're wearing clothes and you're toning it down a little bit doesn't mean you're still not making feeder content. You're just making it on a platform that's accessible to children.
One more fucking time for me, please, Roz.
Have to be performative in that way. I struggle with that a lot, but because like I'm also just one person and not an expert, and I don't want
Hey, Bella.
to yuck anybody's yums in terms of entertainment, but like if you're like currently a fetus model and you're out there trying to make a mukbang channel, it's like
If you're a fetus model out there and you're trying to make a mukbang channel,
just because like you're wearing clothes and you're toning it down a little bit doesn't mean you're still not making feeder content. You're just making it on a platform that's accessible to children.
would y'all mind if I go back one more time and clip this and just make a little short? Does anyone mind? I don't think y'all mind. Windows. There we go. Camera. Oh, shit. You know what? Just Roz right here. Thank you. Start. 3, 2, 1.
Yuck anybody's yums in terms of entertainment, but like if you're like currently a fetus model and you're out there trying to make a mukbang channel, it's like just because like you're wearing clothes and you're toning it down a little bit doesn't mean you're still not making feeder content. You're just making it on a platform that's accessible to children. And it bugs the shit out of me. Like it really does.
Got it. Thank you, Roz.
It bothers
James.
me.
The Roz is telling us that, you know, even if you're clothed and you're eating on camera, you're making feeder content that's on a platform that's accessible by children.
Like on a very deep level. And so near the end of 2022, while living in Florida, I connected with someone over Instagram with the intention of being friends. I'm going to call this person A.
Fuck, more side characters.
We never ended up getting super close. I actually got close to person B. I thought
Then what does person A have to do with the story?
it was like a genuine friendship thing.
Oh, we're talking about person A?
But it became very clear near
I was going to have a field day with this. I don't know if y'all was going to be able to watch the rest of this. Like, it is so much just so sad.
the end that I was being
Like, fuck.
used, and they were pretending to be my friend because they wanted me to be a model in a fetus remake of the cake scene from Matilda.
Mm-hmm.
Chocolate cake incident. Where art thou? Read her comment on the video. This video? Is it pinned? I don't see her comment. Oh, there we go. Jesus. Thank you so much for having me. I just finished watching the playback because I left this interview beating myself up that I didn't share enough context, that I forgot this or that, but you did a wonderful job editing my rambling and keeping me on course. I really appreciate this opportunity to share my experience and get to travel somewhere I've never been. I just uploaded my vlog of this day as well. And I hope whether people agree or disagree with where and what I've done in my life, they learned something from my mistakes, trials, and traumas. I thank you so much for opening your platform to my story and continue to be shining a light in the YouTube space. What do you mean she didn't share enough? I'd like to point out that this is the edited version of this interview. That's what I guess the comment says. What's missing? What is missing?
Belinda, instead of Brucey, Belinda.
What did the interviewer do to keep her on track?
And I collaborated with person B on OF.
Chocolate cake incident. Chocolate cake on the vagina.
Basically, we had a falling out that was trivial.
Look at her face right there. Was this person A or person B that you had the trivial fight with? This poor woman, how long did she have to deal with this?
It wasn't that, it was just like a private like disagreement where I had some pent up frustration and I felt like they had not been good friends to me the way I had been.
Because Roz is the best friend. Roz is always there for people. She never trauma dumps on you. Nope, not once, not ever.
And it devolved into some really horrendous drama. Basically, there was just
Oh, there was a cut. I found a cut.
a bunch of back and forth, and they
Look at her face. She looks so done. Yes, she does.
attacked me because it's important to mention these things because
No, it's not. What does this have to do with the stalker and the toe and the hospital and the hands and the Mormonism and let's say
they went on the record saying that I was lying about my disabilities.
didn't you ableist? Weren't you an ableist? Ah, that sounds like a better sentence. Weren't you being ableist? Got there eventually towards Rain for using a cane. Rain said, hey, you know, it's okay to need assistance. And you were like, no, I'm too good for that. But then you made it sound like you were Billy Badass using a cane and that even through all of this hardship of having to use a cane, you are a strong woman. Although we haven't seen you use a cane since. I've never seen you use a cane on your channel. You won't even use your fucking walker.
Which is one of the most fucked up things that's ever happened to me.
You know what disability I'll say you have, Roz? I mean, diabetes. Would we call that yeah, that can be disabling, you know?
Like on the internet space. And I was so angry and hurt by it.
The cake video was cake in the vajay. So I've heard. Chocolate cake right on the punon. That's why it's called the chocolate cake incident. Gingivitis.
And like, it was because these were not just internet friends. Like, these were in real life friends that lived like, one of them lived like 10 minutes from me.
Diabetes is, there we go. See, I will say she's disabled in the fact that she has diabetes.
Hung out with them a lot. Like, I had developed a relationship with one of their kids, and
is she talking about Tyler here? How about you leave Tyler out of this, you jerk?
it was just this whole scenario that got way out of proportion to the point that, you know, I had to basically, to the credit of person B, they went ahead and
That is wild. Cake on the vajay. You know, just got to smear it around.
moved the content that I had to campaign hard for them to get taken down. Person A refused, like, because it was throughout this whole process of like realizing that like the fearism was really traumatic for me, that like it was keeping me in like trauma loops.
She said she'd go toe to toe with her mama, James Brighton. She didn't say she'd whack. She said she'd go toe to toe with my mama. That's what she said. Yep.
And it was really
no one disrespects Roz.
Not in my best interest, and it was hurting me. And at the time I was unaware, I was undiagnosed diabetic, and so I was using a cane because I was struggling to walk.
Whose cane was that in your Daily Mail article? Whose cane was that? Was that yours? No. Do you use a cane to this day? No.
Because of the dizziness that was coming from the
Oh, so the cane was because of the dizziness, because of the
diabetes. I also have a knee injury that got worse because of person B's like couch getting up and down.
I thought the knees was from the camper. I thought the knees was from the camper. The knees from the couch? How's that? What happened to her knee? She said a knee injury, not like, 500 pounds on knees isn't going to do damage. That's not what I'm saying. But what was the injury? Did she tear something? What happened? I was struggling to walk. Post a clip the other day out in the woods. Sugar, I'm telling you, when she comes back, she better sure as fuck use that walker.
Not their fault, not necessarily. Like
a pencil in her knee. What happened? What do you mean a pencil in her knee? Like, did she fall onto a pencil?
I was choosing to be there and all of that, but like
I feel like a lot of us have had pencils in our bodies. What? You know what I mean? Like you've accidentally had a pencil injury, but Was it like in the meniscus? What happened with the pencil?
He knew that, and like they lied and said I
She woke up with a pencil in her knee. Okay, I'm trying to think about this. Does she have a scar? Does she have a scar? Pencil trauma.
never used their like this whole thing started because the Daily Mail wrote
She had a pencil at her knee. Scar, keep up. Where was that in this story? I haven't heard that in this fucking story.
an article about me, and I used their cane instead of mine in the picture,
Do you have one?
which I used their cane often at their home because of my hurt knee.
I thought that's not true. I thought that Rain offered to give you, well, please use my cane. And you were like, no, I don't need it. I'm better than you.
And they flat out lied and said like I never use it and all this stuff when like I was literally
When she was younger?
using it more than they were, things like that. It was very catty, weird.
So
And
these people basically in this whole
This actually came up in my house a couple days ago. My son saw a YouTube video where a guy had a scar from a pencil and their skin still. And I said, yes, I have a keloid scar from a pencil in the knee. Yeah, like I'm saying, I feel like a lot of us, for some reason, we were all attacked by pencils. What do they have against us? Why do we still use pencils?
experience,
Just kidding.
than you realizing that the feederism was
hurting me.
hurting you.
I had a pencil in my hand and knee. I still have the marks. Yeah, like I still have a pencil mark. So y'all remember those stupid little wheel backpacks? Someone had a pencil like in the side of it and I got stabbed with a pencil. It happens. You know what I don't have? Some long-term injury from the pencil. I didn't snuggle with pencils in my bed.
That is kind of what made you step out of it.
Yeah, it's been a long fucking journey for me.
A nightmare of a journey.
And I haven't even covered everything. You know,
I feel like that was plenty.
it's just there's been so much that's happened. And
So like where do you stand now? Because I know that you said you
Mhm.
have your YouTube platform and things
Yeah.
like that. So as far as now, like
Scar listing all the Ross traumas. How many can someone smarter, I don't know, more organized than my brain? In this video alone, how many traumas have been stated? What all has been stated in this?
what do you use your platforms for?
yeah, so I currently go by Quirkyloverosee, and
Yeah,
I wanted
explain that. 'cause
yeah, I
we have
wanted to
touch
talk
on
about that a little bit. Just
She's like, fuck yes, can we go positive? Like, she's like, oh my God, thank you. Let us move on.
because when I made that username the first time I ever downloaded Instagram,
gazillion?
and that was before the hate forums. They would all call me quirky, and for a long time it just ruined the word quirky for me. I recently reclaimed it. Like
She reclaimed the word quirky. I feel like many of people have dealt with being called words that are a lot worse than being called quirky.
I changed it back like a few months ago now, I want to say. But it just I kind of came up with it on the spot because I am quirky, and if you want to
I am autistic.
cringe at that,
I am autistic. She said that in a video, so that's why I'm saying that voice. She said it just like that.
cringe away, because I just think that I'm a little
Never been. That's Zom. Like, she has talked about doing blogging on people of color. Like, I don't understand this. Roz has never, she calls the word quirky she had to take back. She had to mark it as her own. That's her word. Quirky, don't you know?
odd, I'm silly, and I like to be goofy and have fun. And
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
Ooh,
I wanted to build a
'cause my hair's so bad.
platform, around loving myself. So
I'm gonna fuck with my camera later.
Quirkyloverosee just really
Don't say the V word either. Vomit, even though she can say it. We just
fit
can't
for
say it.
me, and it's a bit of a longer username. Now, a lot of people call me Quirkyloverosee because I didn't realize with the two E's that actually makes sense.
Mhm.
I intended it just to be Rose, but I think at the time Quirkyloverosee was taken,
Okay.
so I added an extra E if I remember right.
And then is that on YouTube also?
Yes, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. I'm trying to
Stop looking at me.
get to 1,000 on TikTok. So if y'all want to follow me on
Good.
TikTok, that'd be cool.
Font, this is for you too. Look at that. Every angle, every shot. every eye contact. This is for font.
That'd be cool.
Good.
But
And then
yeah,
as far as like YouTube, so like what do you post in there? Is it more like
yeah, so it's been like vlogs, like, and actually
Mel's. That's what she's saying it like. Realistically, that is what she is saying it like.
I've been documenting my mental health journey a lot. So like talking about going to the hospital. In fact, like I posted a video like announcing when I was going to the hospital. I recently just posted a bit of an update. I have been taking a little bit of a breather post my second hospital stay. Just because I've been sleeping a lot and focusing on like kind of
She's smaller here, Laurel.
figuring out what my next moves are. I really want to make just like vlogs, like, you know, I'm making a vlog today about like things, doing things
Where's the vlogs at now, Roz?
like this. And
Couldn't we had a Turkey Day vlog? Maybe, maybe everyone, maybe she'll give us a vlog. Roz in the woods. It's a hard sighting to see. It's once in a lifetime that you might catch a Roz in the woods.
I want to make content. Like I do sometimes cooking videos. I do like
Sometimes cooking videos.
out lives.
Stop, leave your fucking nose alone. I'd be like, ma'am, can you please not touch my microphone after it's been up to your brain and your nose?
Yeah, I'm still
Get it out. Stop. No one wants you picking their nose and touching their microphone. She can't bring her legs together, right? I don't know, Laurel. She does have a lot of weight there, so I don't know if she can. That'd probably be pretty uncomfortable.
I want to find a niche.
Oh, and she went right to the microphone. She said, from nose to mic. I was in the woods today. I hiked like 7 or 8 miles. I'll need 3 weeks to recover.
I'm just not sure what that niche is yet
Yeah.
for me. I think
The answer is eating. It's full circle. Back to the feederism content. Full circle. Nose.
videos. I do like hangout
like-
lives. Yeah, I want to.
There goes. Thumb on the bottom. I want to see the girl's eyes. Do the girl's eyes watch it? No, her eyes don't leave. You are a professional.
I'm just not
I would have.
sure what that niche is yet
Yeah.
for me. I think that
and something that like you enjoy, not that somebody else
Yeah.
I feel like planted in your head or
We should call her Quirky because she had her own cheese factory. All the folds. Oh my. Quark is a cheese?
made
Yeah.
you know, and I think that that can be
Absolutely.
challenging because it seems like your whole life basically has been
Yeah, she understands. She knows I've been through it.
kind of, what's the word I'm looking for now?
Traumatic.
Like
Shitty.
not inspired, that is not the right word, but like
Shitty.
influenced. You know, like I feel like your whole life has been influenced by
That's
what
true,
other
sugar.
people are into or like what has happened to you. And I feel like you haven't had the chance to just
Yeah.
find yourself
Yeah.
and like live for you and who you
Absolutely.
are, which
And we're back to the feeding stuff.
is
you.
important.
Yeah. And like I do have
Does she inspire y'all in a positive way? Like, not because of her you want to do better, like the thing she's doing so well in her life that it makes you want to do better?
some accountability in that, you know.
Well, I was going to
and
say too, like, and that's what we were talking about earlier when I asked if you enjoyed those parties at the time. There's always going to be things in life that at a point in your life, you might have enjoyed it. And then looking back, you might even regret it, which is
Mhm.
fine. Or you might be like, well, at that point in my life, yeah, I liked it.
That host is a cutie
But
pie.
now
yeah,
Yeah, sugar.
because it's like
it's part of your
insane.
journey,
Right.
though.
It's insane that I have a story about how I accidentally ended up in a gangbang. Like,
What's with Roz falling onto dicks? What is with I accidentally fell into a gangbang? Was she coerced? What happened? Roz, do all peni dicks need to be put away before you come into a room? How does one fall into all these dicks?
you know what I mean? Like, I lived
A life alert for dicks.
through some insane things. Like,
Yeah.
I've done some insane things.
Can you go? I'm interested in this part. You've lost me on the rest of your story. Can you go back into the gangbang? How many people were involved in said gangbang? Was it like bukkake style? Were you like, blah, 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 blah? What was happening? I'm nosy. See, that's the stuff I want to know. Can you tell me more? Were you like a rotisserie, like to and fro? Like, what happened? I want to know more. My partner entered the room, looked at my phone, and then left the room. Hi, Big Red.
And I can't believe I survived. And
The gangbang? Oh, you've done some insane things. Just kidding.
that I'm here to tell the tale for. And it's like one of those situations where, you know, you would think like my situation that happened like when I was raped in 2020 was related to that. Because well, the crazy part was I was like in the midst of trying to leave. Like I was really over it. I was like
10 dudes. What's that one chick in recent history that fucked, was it like 1,000 dudes? 100 dudes? It was a lot of people she fucked at one time. Is Roz trying to be like that?
the scene was getting really weird. Like a bunch of new
Bonnie Blue. Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you.
people were coming in that were kind of fucking everything up for everybody. And I was just like realizing how vapid and empty it all was, like the meaningless
Seems like a lot of effort.
sex. Like now I'm like, I'm
I
single
wonder how she's doing it. It seems like a lot of effort.
by choice.
Can y'all imagine that? That seems like, whew.
I don't
Take me
I'm
out.
single
treat me
by
like a
choice.
yeller.
and I don't really
The way the hosts try to wrap things up, and Roz is like, oh, actually, one more thing. I know, look at her face. She said, look at this face. Oh, bless you, poor, sweet individual. I don't know anything about you. You might suck, but in this moment, you poor, sweet individual. She's like, well, I mean, yeah, you didn't get a chance to know who you are, and you're figuring out who you are. Shut yourself out on all social media platforms. Roz is like, okay, and then I got gangbanged. It was an accident. I fell into a gangbang.
take the time to worry about dating right now. Like, and I'm also just like, because I had my wild 6 months, like I have no interest in casual sex and like
Was the gangbang also at a library? Did it involve a unicycle? Were there bears outside that she ran from?
living in Florida and like not wanting to have a child and stuff. Like I'm really worried about that. So
Is she saying because abortion's illegal in Florida, she's afraid of getting knocked up?
wild 6 months, like I have no interest in casual sex and like living in Florida and like not wanting to have a child and stuff. Like
Ma'am, you fucked Jeff on day one. What do you mean? Did she say 10 at once? That's what the chat has let me know, that it was 10 at one time in the gangbang. Ma'am, are you on birth control? Are we doing condoms? You stated that you wanted to make sure you and Jeff were exclusive because, you know, raw dogging, you don't want to share the cooties. Are you on birth control? Does she have like a Marina, the Nexplanon? I know she's not taking a pill.
I'm really worried about that. So
Does she have anything to prevent said implantation?
you know, I live such a quiet life now. But you know,
It was on the Whatever podcast. Ah, thank you, Tiny. We'll have to actually watch that entire thing. No, I hate that guy. As much as I can't stand Roz's story, that one dude on the Whatever podcast, he annoys the piss out of me. He's got small dick energy, and I would take his lunch money. I would belittle the fuck out of that man. No, no, no.
yeah, like, and that's the thing is
Oral contraceptives at that side is complicated as fuck. Well, and she eats grapefruit and things like that, and I feel like it could interact with her birth control. She wouldn't follow a diet.
and maybe I don't know if I've touched on this enough in this podcast, but I've held myself accountable a lot. Like there's been a lot
Show me on the map where you've held yourself accountable.
that I wish I could have done differently. I wish there were situations.
Ooh, fun fact. If you guys look closely, you can see the fupa ball. Actually, you can see both. Well, I think that's a leg, but you can see it. So no, at this angle, we can't close our legs. That would be uncomfortable. And antibiotics. Yes. Please remember, if you are taking birth control, talk to a pharmacist. If you have to get taken on antibiotics, let's say you have an ear infection or something, make sure you're talking to a pharmacist if you're taking birth control, because it can make your birth control fail. So just remember.
Situations where I could have seen
Imagine the gynecologist digging around in her caverns.
for myself
He wants belittling. That's the problem. Oh no.
better, that I deserved better, that I had power to walk away and leave.
Just walk
And
away.
so in some situations, like more so than others, like, you know,
But
with
also
the
I think-
stuff.
I think mentally, if you feel weak in those moments, you're not going to have that strength to walk
Yeah.
away.
And she's like, okay, we're done. Have a fantastic day. Lovely having you.
Like, I think that's
Yeah.
something else to really think about. Because it's like I said, you can always, when you're like stronger to
I never hear her talk about monthlies. Does she still have them? Yes, she does, James. That's why when she got the walker, why her excuse she didn't walk when she promised everybody. So she started her cycle on a Sunday, and then she said she was going to walk by Saturday. But on Thursday, she said that's when she started bleeding because she didn't want to walk. So she does have cycles. She just doesn't actually keep track of them. I don't know if she has regular cycles because she doesn't actually track it. But she does free bleed, if you're curious. I don't think you asked, but she just puts on extra panties.
certain point in your life, it's very easy to look back and say, you shoulda, woulda, coulda, whatever.
Right.
But like
Absolutely.
in that moment, you didn't for a reason, whether
She went in the pool in Vegas to cleanse as she was on her cycle. Yes.
like
Yeah.
you felt scared for your life, whether you just were at a weak point.
Yeah.
No matter like I don't think there ever has to be a clear-cut reason.
Yeah.
Like your journey is your journey, your life is your life. I think the most important thing is having those experiences.
Every time the host speaks, I'm like, that's what she sounds like.
Learning from it whenever
Mhm.
that happens, it could take years. It could,
Mhm.
it seems to me that you, like you said, like
Oh, yeah. So if you want to know about hygiene levels, whenever Roz went to Vegas, she decided not to shower before. And she had started her cycle that evening before. So she got on the plane unwashed with 3 pairs of pantalones. She smelled like copper and yeast.
the fact that you even sit here and you're like, yeah, I take accountability, whatever. But like to me, it's just like, who cares? It's part of your life. It's part of your journey. You
I
know
mean,
Antibiotics plus birth control, my son. It happens to a lot of people.
what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, I just
I
don't
see
think
that.
that
Can make your birth control completely ineffective.
I just say that because I don't think anybody needs to explain themselves. And it's like, it just is what it is. And it's just obviously there's always things that like we can want to change.
Oh my God, Amanda, I'm so sorry. I've only watched your Foodie Beauty and Amber stuff. I've been referred here for Rosie Lore. This is a rough one to come in on. Amanda, I am so sorry. I didn't expect to come in on this one. What? Giggity. I feel like this might be the worst of the worst that I could have picked. But here we are. Welcome. And I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
But it's your story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's better than having a boring story sometimes.
True.
What's the point of not showering? Minimalist? Small amounts of effort? She refuses that. There we go.
True that. I'm worried I'm not even telling my story succinctly enough. I feel like I'm missing so many details.
No,
It was plenty. We had so many details that were not linear, and I don't like it.
well, something else I wanted to touch on too was, you mentioned that I feel like growing up with everything that you had gone through, eating was like a form of coping. for
Oh,
you.
yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
What gave you that idea? Were there any context cues? Ma'am, excuse me, I apologize. What gave you that idea? I feel like you're being a little bit fat phobic to assume that she ate to cope. Like, how rude of you.
Mhm.
And I know on our call you mentioned that you're kind of going through like a health journey right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So can you touch on that a little bit?
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, back when I was like, 9 years old, I would sometimes eat so much to the point of,
Y'all know how she talks in recent day about having a metaphobia? Can you tell me how this is someone with a metaphobia would do?
throwing up because my body physically couldn't hold the food in anymore.
And here she said throwing up quite easily. It's weird. Like until she watched Milky Chai, she didn't have a problem with the words throwing up, vomiting, puking, upchucking, hurling. Real weird that somebody's story and their struggles, she also has the issue now.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, back when I was like, 9 years old, I would sometimes eat so much to the point of throwing up because my body physically couldn't hold the food in anymore. Thankfully, I haven't been in that state in many, many years. But
Interesting. Very interesting.
throughout some of my early 20s, I think I still dealt with binge eating. But, through the years, I've done.
She said that without even flinching. It didn't invoke a reaction to her body. Like you said, Paolo, my body. It didn't cause her to wince, or it didn't cause her to go, ew, ew, oh.
Did ED treatment. I got diagnosed with binge eating disorder in 2017. And then I went against doctor's advice and tried intermittent fasting, and it did end up causing me to overcorrect. And so
this is when she became anorexic. If y'all didn't know, Roz also claims she had anorexia because she didn't eat for 12 hours.
I have battled with bouts of anorexia symptoms.
Restrictive eating isn't necessarily anorexia. I'm going to get in so much trouble.
And
be careful with this topic when it comes to TOS. I know, sugar. That's what I was just saying. I might have to just end up taking the stream down. Who knows? This has been a hot mess of one.
And to the point of in 2019, when I was working a job, I literally passed out on the floor and threw up, and they had to call an ambulance because I just wasn't eating.
Oh, threw up again. Okay. There it goes again. We have no issue with it. We're talking about it, all the stuff.
And, I was also struggling financially, so that was a fuel for that too. But, I've dealt with that even in recent months, and it's
schmexia. Well, I mean, you still hear her say it,
especially
she said vomit just fine here. She is saying it. She's sure saying it.
I was also struggling financially, so that was a fuel for that too. But I've dealt with that even in recent months, and it's especially when the diabetes thing happened. And
anybody in this chat that is dealing with any sort of ED, whether it is over or under, please know we are thinking about you. If this is a heavy topic, please, I understand if you're not able to be in here for this.
I didn't know what was wrong with me. I started just having ED behaviors, and I've become in a way better at restricting myself, because it's I've gotten to a point with food that it's now I very rarely ever want to binge. And when I do want to binge, and
listen, I can't escape it. She has said that word. I mean, it's still on this person's channel, so maybe we'll be okay. I'm not sure. I'm not eating as I talk about it. I don't know.
Start to do.
How does the rules work?
I feel so physically awful and disgusting. It's I can't.
Mel's, that is kind of how this has gone. So how are you now with featurism? Let me tell you about when I was gangbanged.
Yeah.
And so now it's my focus has been more on my overall health and wellness, and my mental health, and
I'm, oh God, look at her eyes, demon. She refuses to get skinny. She's already said she's afraid of getting skinny.
Getting the mentals in order, because my brain has been the thing that's made it impossible to fully adjust this.
Go to therapy. Man, do you think this is how she held Jeff's dick? What about your hand pain?
I am not pro weight loss surgery at all. And the reason for
I am pro if it is a resource to help you get to where you are at. You have addressed your relationship with food and you need that tool.
For that is, I just believe that it's medical approved starvation. There's no adequate science to me.
It's medical approved starvation. Okay.
That explains how amputating your stomach and eating.
Have you considered it? I mean, as an option? Is it something you would take into consideration? I mean, you'll never get the work to actually do it. So what am I asking?
Eating that little calories is any different than
You're being too. I didn't say this was Jeff. I just meant a little hand motion.
An anorexic. It makes no sense to me. It never.
You know what? Maybe don't at your 500 pounds. Obviously, it's not something on the books for you. Maybe people that are taking those steps to try to save their own lives. How about you shut the fuck up? Maybe you can shut the fuck up. That's an option. Both of her parents have done it. They have.
Or will.
if you don't want to live till 40, that's your choice, Roz. Like, if that's an option available to you and that's what would help you, maybe you should shut the fuck up.
And I think the long-term damage.
Oh my God, what is this emoji? That is a gift from our one true buns. It is our symbol of Gora World. It has a lovely little dirty washcloth as the cheese. It has fupa balls. It has a walker. It is art. I tell you, art.
Are not well enough researched. Both my parents have had weight loss surgery.
Oh, there it is.
And my dad, like over 20 years ago.
And he's still doing it. Still alive, still kicking.
And I see the issues that he's having with his bones now. And I'm sure if you asked him, he'd say that he doesn't regret the surgery and he loves it.
Are we talking about bone density scans because of this? Okay. Also, with getting older, let's be aware of bone density. Let's not spread information. Roz, I don't know enough about weight loss surgery. I know protein's a big issue with weight loss surgery, but guess what? I'm not a doctor.
And all that. I haven't actually asked him yet. I don't frankly really want to have those conversations with people like
that. They're wrong for getting weight loss surgery.
Just on my way here at the airport, some lady was giving me her spiel about losing 80 pounds on weight loss surgery. And you just have to go, thanks. Right. I would just like my plane ticket, please. Yeah.
People are saying maybe this would help. The host is pissing me off so bad. Push back.
And
I don't think the host can get any closer to the wall.
Just kind of what you experience as a fat person. And especially as someone of, my fatness, right? And my level of fatness. And it's just like, I have been in this range that I'm currently at now. In fact, I'm lower now than I've been for most of my life. So,
now she's not. In today time, now she's not.
Since I was 18, 19, 20, I was over 500. My height was like 550, but I was averaging like 532 for many years. And
I think that's about where she's at now. I'm going to say 530 to 550 seems about right in my bones.
And now I'm down to like last I checked was 480. But
she is above that.
But I went to the mental hospital
diary
at the end of April, and
I get the impression that this podcast is designed to let the guests tell their story rather than grill them. But once she goes goes anti-science, I'd have to be like, whoa. Yes, that feels like something I'd be like, hey, listen, speak to your healthcare providers. This is just her opinion. This isn't my opinion or this podcast's opinion. Just talk to your healthcare provider.
And I end up having to go back for 9 days in the middle of August because of like the med regulation and everything. And now that I think I'm like actually not depressed for the first time, maybe ever.
Good.
And
oh, you hear that symbol? Good. That's nice. That's good. That's good.
It's
good not to be sad. It's good.
Right. But what's been so weird is I've been in this.
I remember that one time, like 20 minutes ago, where the host was like, oh, shout out your social so we can get fucking done with this. And Ross talked about being gangbanged.
Like almost uncanny valley space of mind of like, this is so unfamiliar that it's uncomfortable. Well, it's good, but it's uncomfortable. And like, I've been having to get used to it. And
I thought she said they face food scarcity. She did, but she's been around 500 pounds her whole life. Also, yep. And then when her parents try to have her address her own relationship with food, that's also trauma. That's traumatic to her.
And then also sitting in the fact of like, I believe that I may have something like fibromyalgia, if not fibromyalgia. I started.
Maybe I am going to take the time tonight. Maybe I will. No, I can't listen to it again. I would write down everything Roz claims to have trauma with. I don't even know all of them. Green beans is one of them, and I don't know why. Green bean.
Working as a rheumatologist a couple of years ago, but because of the breakup, I had to stop.
So she saw a second rheumatologist, and that rheumatologist has not confirmed a fibromyalgia confirmation, diagnosis, any of that.
We eliminated a couple things, but I have a lot of nerve pain. And
how do you know it's nerve pain?
I've been dealing with a lot of chronic pain and chronic.
I mean, I imagine there is no way that being over 500 pounds doesn't hurt. I cannot dismiss being in a 500-pound body has to fucking hurt. I believe her that she hurts.
Exhaustion.
But I'm not going to say that it's because of fibromyalgia. She is always in a state of inflammation. When your body is working this hard to carry you, it can't feel good.
And I was just not prepared for when the depression was addressed.
Yeah, she's like 220 kgs, Marcus. Yeah.
How that
Maybe a little less than that. Like 210 kgs.
didn't get better. And that also was kind of a damper
Mhm.
on that for me. But it's amazing to feel like
She said she was traumatized by an episode of Supernatural, season 1. To fuck? Well, I've never watched Supernatural. Y'all know that. But maybe it was super traumatic. Dean, Sam, Jeff, I don't know their names. Is that a different show? We've talked about this. You guys know I don't know. Wolves, magic.
not so clinically depressed and anxious as I have.
I have Sjogren's and Crohn's. My doctor today said there isn't much for that, and I have severe joint pain. Finally, might have found someone to give me RX. Oh, so is that with like the dry eyes and stuff, right? Sjogren's syndrome.
You know,
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say is like what I said before. I feel like this next chapter of your life is your journey. Like
She's like, we're back to this. It's you can do with it what you want.
yes,
finding yourself, doing the things that you love, getting your mental health in check. Like, and it really seems like that's where you are for yourself right now.
Yeah.
And that is the most important. And I really do think starting with your mental health is key because
I agree, ma'am. I don't know you. I agree with you.
that's how everything else kind of falls into line. But yeah, I feel like your whole life has kind of been determined by everybody else or whoever is in your life. And in a way, even
Yeah.
these sites that you were on, like I said, they might have had some positives in the sense of it gave you these communities where in a way you felt like you could fit in, but it came with so much negative that I feel like now if you're finally in a place that you're just making your own decisions
Yeah.
and you're only doing things that feed positivity in your life,
Yeah,
like that is all your journey now. And like, I feel like where it truly begins.
like because if you want to talk about cults,
No, I don't think we want to talk about cults, Roz. What are we back to the Mormon church? What are we doing here, Roz? What were you a part of a different cult? Is this a new one? Is this another storyline?
the feederism community
Oh, the feederism is the cult. Okay. I feel better. Why does that make me feel better? I don't know. Because it's not a separate storyline.
has some serious cult-like mentality.
Well, I feel like all of those kinks and stuff like that, they go a lot deeper than just being a kink a lot of times. You know what I mean? And it can get really, really dark fast. Because like you said,
Don't I know it?
like I feel like there's levels of everything.
That's right. There's like the people that because like
Let the host talk. Shut the fuck up, Roz.
I recently discovered the term food play, and that sounds fun. That sounds great. You know, that's like the
Food play is hot.
strawberries and whipped cream
It's fine. It's a
and
good time.
chocolate sauce in the bedroom. Kind of
Wash before you do any of that, though. That's my recommendation. Make sure you have a clean body. Not like Roz. Don't go in and have dirty sex. Have clean sex.
stuff, or
Mhm.
like maybe getting spicy with like a pizza
I'm cackling listening to you try to keep track of the fucking storylines in this interview. There's like 30.
slice or something. You know, just like
Yeah.
We never got back to the foot situation. I don't understand the foot situation. Does this host know anything about kinks? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't watched enough of her to really know.
having the play of sensory. There's nothing wrong with that. Like I
And wash after
genuinely
two.
do
Yes,
believe
yes.
that. But when you're getting into feederism, that's where like the umbrella opens, and it's like there's the weight gain kinks.
Well, isn't that towards the death feederism stuff?
There's the immobility
Sexy pizza time. You could put pepperonis on your pepperonis.
kinks. There's
We're almost through it, guys.
the
We're-
death feederism.
Right.
There's things like vor, which
You know who I want to fucking cuss out for teaching me what vor, I can't even say the word right. Vor for? Ash, aren't you exhausted? That fucking asshole. Didn't know what it was. I could have lived life without knowing what it was. Does it benefit me to know what it is? No. But do I know what it is now? Yes. Yes, I do.
are like 100% role play and technically don't really hurt anybody, but at the same time, what? Because for those that are playing at home that don't know what vor is,
Fuck. Fuck, fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck.
vor is essentially the act of, it can kind of vary, the act of swallowing someone whole.
There you go. There y'all go. If you didn't know. Consuming someone now.
So like the common frame of mind for that would be like someone my size, or like in a lot of it being role play, like a
Okay.
very, very giant humanoid type sized person.
What? Yes. On the usually they depict it with like cartoons, and it's like they make someone smile. What? Fuck off, y'all. But you know what I mean. They're like, eat the person.
Swallowing a man who's like very, very small and frail, or like eating like things that
It does low key look like Stars hoping Roz doesn't notice her. I'm like slowly leaning this way.
are not food, that are huge and massive to get even. And then like it's almost like that would equate to you getting instantly as big as those things. So like it's
I'm feeling really. No, that's rude. Don't have to make her size a talking point. I want to. There's something I'm thinking about, but I won't go there.
a complete fallacy. It's all
Yeah.
that kind of kink is worked out only in role play. You can't, it can't exist outside of role play, you know?
Right.
And like giantess, which is, you know, again, like
Oh,
the
there you go,
whole,
Freya.
you know, Amazon sized women. It can be for fat people, or even there are some people into giantess that just want like, you know, 10, 20 foot tall women.
Roz, you know that whole crushing porn thing where people like want you to step on them with like heels? I'd be scared. If Roz did that, she could pierce a hole. I mean, tiny people can pierce a hole.
Which has, I think, a lot to do with like the power dynamic of the physical representation
Why did she wear that top? She thinks it looks good.
and of the size differences and stuff. And like,
No idea what vor is. Consuming someone like,
contrast and comparison and all those
I recommend not looking it up.
things like that. Where like, because that's a big thing in those communities, is like having someone my size sitting next to a dude who's like 5'2", like
Mhm.
100 pounds soaking wet, you know.
100 pounds for 5'2" is not that out, not that great. Like that's a petite little human.
Things like that. And I mean, I think to this day, my photo is still used as the picture definition of SSBBW on the BBW wiki, which is kind of funny.
What's SS?
So,
Supersized.
which is it's
Don't so. Just say it. Just say the words. What's SS? Supersized? Wow, look, we got the sentence out.
the same thing as that, but supersized. So it's like weight class essentially. So anywhere between like 350 up to 600 is SSBBW. Anything above that is USSBBW, which is kind of like how the categories.
So 1,000 pounds would be USS BBW. That sounds like a ship name. The old USS BBW.
Get categorized
Right.
for the content that gets made.
Wow.
Because then
Samurai. Same brain. Same brain.
like there's a lot of people in the spaces that like don't engage in feederism and are able to be successful, but there's a lot of money in kink.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the times when you see those models making big bank, it's one of two things. They're either really good
I'm slowly dying in the inside.
in their niche of a kink,
I've made it 4 hours of listening. That's how I'm feeling right. It's like, wow, this was a lot to take down in one day. You know, maybe I should have broken it up, but I just wanted it to be done. I wanted us to never have to watch this again. But we're almost finished.
or they're really popular somewhere else. Like that's when if you're making big money on OF nowadays, that's just
It tends to be thought play or set in simulation scenes, unless it becomes a paraphilia and not a kink, and then it's cannibalism. Ah. Ah. Well, that's dark.
kind of how it is. Like
Mhm.
you either have your thing and you're really good at it and you've worked and built your clientele, or
This video
you
broke me. But we're almost done, guys, and we've done it together. What? Yeah, we've all done. 158 of us have done it together. What up?
are like an
3 blowies and doing it.
influencer and are hot.
Scar, what do you think happened to Foodie? She's been gone for 3 days. Well, there's the theory that she's in Syria again. There's a theory that her family, she's with them. We know the last time she was with her family, she disappeared for a few days. We'll see. Who knows? Nothing would really surprise me
You know,
Mhm.
and you're
unless she was actually getting like her health together. That's the only reason I'd be surprised.
able to just kind of like build it that way.
Yeah.
And so when I
Her picture's still on a wiki. Oh, how old is this video? September 2023.
launched my OnlyFans, it was at the recommendation of someone, of the person that I connected with, basically because part of how they were paying me was in
Does finishing in a fold actually happen? Yes.
exposure and shouting me out and stuff. Because like I did pretty good on my own, like converting sales on my own. within the first couple of days, but you know, they definitely gave me a boost on that, but the content was geared towards specifically like the feederism side of things, because like
This poor host, look at her. She is melting into her chair at this point. She is completely slunk. Is that a word? Slunk down? She slunk down.
that's what makes the most money.
Right.
And it was just, I just realized as time was going on how unhappy it made me,
Gangbanging
how much I
or feederism? What made
didn't actually want to do it. I guess I felt almost like stupid if I didn't do it, because it was just like money sitting on the table that I was ignoring.
She's saying it was the obvious choice for her because she's a big girl. Feederism made the most sense. How is she still talking? Because Roz can go on about herself.
Even though it definitely doesn't bring me joy. And, you know, I want to write a book one day.
Why?
I want to be like, you know, my dream life involves like traveling and being like, you know, being paid to be myself, you know.
If you guys are curious, she currently says she is living her dream. YouTube is her dream in general. YouTube has been her dream since she was a teenager. She says what she is doing currently is living her dream life. You know how some guys like to get in between the thigh and lips thinking they're hitting the hole? Well, that's Roz's situation. Only any portion of her body. They just feel a crease and they're all moist. Hot. Well, thank you for that. Aren't you exhausted? I love when you paint an image.
Oh, like
Maybe the back of the knee. Ooh, look at her arm. If she folded up her arm like this, that could be an activity. Like, it's cushiony.
I don't know. You can call me Delulu, but I just feel like I have the capacity to do that.
Yeah.
Welcome,
You know, I just need the experience and ability to get in front of people and show them who I am, and that I am authentic, and like I show up as me, and
I would hate to be you.
I have a lot to talk about. I have a lot to say, and a lot that I've experienced. And, you know, I do have multiple chronic disabilities, and some invisible, and most of them are invisible. And I have these limitations that I never want to
I hate when she talks about invisible illness because a lot of her illness is quite physical.
fully hold me back. And I'm 31 now, so now is the time for me to kind of reclaim my life and get myself somewhere. You know, a lot of people expect me to feel this pressure to be on some like
Your obesity is not invisible. Y'all know how I feel about the invisible illness conversation. I will get very worked up.
major weight loss journey. And while I definitely don't want to stay as large as I currently am, I don't want to ever feel the pressure of like, I have to lose this much weight by this amount of time. I have to
Bitch, you have to lose weight or you're going to die.
be a certain size.
She has a button on her shirt. I just noticed it. You know, as often as I look at titties, why didn't I see this? Why didn't I notice that?
You know, being the next fetus model,
I'll get super worked up when people act blasé about chronic illnesses and invisible illnesses and like, oh, just because Roz, we can see a big factor to why you feel like shit.
have a lot of fear around losing weight. I have this very irrational fear that I'll get
Jeff.
uglier as I lose weight. And that is something like I don't even know how to unpack that with a therapist, because it's like no one can really relate to that unless they've been
Okay.
uglier as I lose weight. And that is something like I don't even know how to unpack that with a therapist, because
It doesn't have to be the exact scenario, Roz, to address it with a therapist. It doesn't have to be that exact scenario. It can be just about the fear of change can relate to that.
as it's like no one
A fear of lack of self, of identity issues.
can really relate to that unless they've been
A therapist doesn't have to have the same problems as you to be able to help you through it. Not all therapists have BPD, bipolar, and schizophrenia, and depression, and blah, 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 and they can still help you. They have the tools.
a model like at my size. And so I've got a couple friends that when I say that to, they're like, yeah, I get it.
I was going to say too, I feel like it kind of boils down to a place of comfort. Like if you've been in a way, it's like if you've been the same way for so long, you're comfortable there. So it's like the fear of the unknown of like, I mean, I feel like that's normal.
Yeah.
I thought she was going to say clock that tea to her.
And more so than that too, if you really think about it, the only ever validation I've ever received from
It's from people telling me that they like that I'm fat.
my physicality has been related to my fatness.
Yeah.
Okay, which is why I've stated you in a dating situation right now, unless you are actively working on bettering yourself, which you're not, any person that is dating you right now is only with you because of it's not going to be your winning personality, Roz. Not right now. You have a shitty personality.
And it's like, I'm
They don't want a long life with you, Roz.
so much more than that. And I know that. But at the same time, that doesn't change my brain
Right.
from being
And
like,
this is all just a show. It's all
yeah,
just a show.
but it doesn't change my brain's like initial fear response. Like, because I started losing weight and I didn't lose that much weight. And all of a sudden I was looking in the mirror and I was already experiencing like body dysmorphia of like, wow, I look so small. No, but you don't. What the fuck are you talking about?
Address that with a therapist.
Hips are still above 70 inches. Shut up. Like you're
Hips are above 70 inches. That's what? 5'10"? Okay, so she is more than 5'10" around? Huh. Well, that's interesting.
still fat as fuck.
5'10" circumference. That's a
It's like, you know, I've never been one to like think of fat as an insult, at least in my adulthood. And, you know, I know that I'm beautiful and
that's confidence.
and I know that has so much more to do with my heart and soul than anything else.
Absolutely.
And
You have a terrible heart and a terrible soul. Go on.
it took me
Most people are taller than you, Buns. You're Amberlynn Reed, and Amberlynn Reed is like 5'1". You're a tiny human as far as height. You're pretty round, Buns.
really long time to get to that point.
Well, I was going to say too, I
You
think
need a soundboard for that moment. The god damn, that one.
coming on here and you are a very open person. You're an open book. I think that you speak with a
Look how happy she is. She's like, please shut the fuck up. And she's like, I know. I'm just so happy. I'm just so honest and raw.
lot of confidence.
Thank you.
And I think all of those things are signs of somebody that is just overall a confident, happy, good person. And I feel like
lasers.
to me, that shows your heart and soul. Like
Thank you.
you're not, I don't think anybody's defined by their experiences or what they have or haven't done. And I think that obviously the bad experiences should have never happened, but they did. And I think that they build who you are and you have that, they're there for a reason. And I think that
How do you end this? Like, what is an ending point for this?
you coming on here in so many different ways can reach people, you know, whether people,
That's my dream.
yeah, but I think it does. And a lot of, whether it's somebody that isn't
Ross, put down the microphone. Nope. Stop building up momentum. You're done. This is the host saying you're done. And Ross is like,
completely different kink, you know, and might have experienced that. Somebody that's experienced a stalker or, you know, dealing with different coping mechanisms. Like it's so many.
Yeah, you got to do an Irish goodbye. Well, lovely to see you. Bye.
Different, I feel like, points that you hit on that someone can relate to, even if, and I always say that, even if your story isn't the same.
Or being an Exmo.
Yeah.
We're like a little club.
Right. And I just feel like
The host has no idea what Exmo means. I don't think she does. I don't think she does. I think Roz was waiting for a moment to be like, oh, let me tell you what Exmo is. It's ex-Mormon.
coming on here takes a lot of strength.
But host was not biting. She was like, nope. I'm not asking you a fucking question.
And vulnerability. And you did that. And I feel like that's a lot to be proud of. And it proves that you're more than just, I think everybody's more than just what they have done, what they are, what people view them as. It's like, all that stuff. And if that's only what people are going to see you as, and that's their loss. That's
Exactly.
Not, you know.
Like, because I think for me, like my live stream
Fuck no. Stop it, Roz.
include like I really want to write and publish a book and like do
I want to be a YouTuber.
TED Talk and like, you know, things like that. Like I want to be able to share my stories and use my life experience to help other people.
How would you help a fucking soul, Roz, when you can't help yourself? Don't ask.
And that's kind of what I've been doing. Like I've been
She did
vlogging on my Instagram stories for like 10 years now. First it used to be on Snapchat.
live stream. How did we get here, Roz? How did we get to Snapchat?
Off and on. Like I did leave the internet for some time, post the stalker stuff because
Yes, her beaver.
actually my
Oh,
ex was dealing with a really
fine.
nasty custody battle, and one of his exes found out about what I was being targeted online for. So she decided to take that to his parents and add more lies to it, which there was already so much
Look, if the host is like, please, we are done. Why are you still going? Get the fuck off my microphone.
bullshit about me. Honestly, she didn't need to.
Yeah.
She really didn't need to. They had
Look at that fucking cock grip. She's over there with her hand pain, but she's like, "Mwah, mwah."
more than enough ammunition. She's like, oh, let me just add this shit in here too. And so basically I was told like, either we have to break up or you have to leave the internet because it's like, this is too much and this
Yeah.
could get brought up in court
Yeah. No, this is not about the story. We weren't.
for like the safety of the child or whatever.
She just wanted to bring up the stepchild, not stepchild.
And it was like a really gnarly battle of custody. He won.
I feel so bad for Kirby. Kirby, blink twice if you bark twice if you're in Milwaukee.
Thank God. But
Run, bitch, run.
yeah, so
I'm not calling you a bitch, Kirby, just so you're aware.
actually like my first ever
But you do like to suck.
Instagram, I deleted at 10K. And that was like when I went as Quirky. And then
This poor host, bless.
recently when I made the name change, it was like right
Oh, look at her. Oh, I'm so sorry, host. I'm so sorry.
before I
Strange, yeah, she's baby Colin.
deleted my OnlyFans, when I started like trying to figure out what my new rebranding was going to be when I was leaving feederism. I was like,
How long was this interview? Well, this is the cut version. This is edited to an hour 50 minutes. How long the actual thing was, I don't know. Maybe it was 12 hours.
I was thinking back like to who I once
Like,
was.
look at the host body language. It's like, hold on. Like a meek little
And
individual. Please
I
be
realized like at my heart and core, like the things that I was missing was just like my intentions when I first created my Instagram, just be goofy and silly and quirky
fuck.
Just being you.
and just having fun and focusing on the things I really love and care about myself within my heart and soul, not just like portraying this image
She's waddled up in a ball.
for
She is as closed off as possible. She is making herself small. She's like, please be gone. Please.
men to double tap. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like it's just so fucking vapid and not actually me.
And that's how I got groomed into feederism. Mish, I forgot. That's what this whole thing's about. Supposedly.
Or what I want.
And that comes with age too. It does.
I think so, yeah.
It just like when the older you get,
Isn't her hair so shiny? Naughty box. I'm like, what? How is it so shiny?
I think the more you realize the true meaning behind life and how important it is to do the things that make you happy.
It's just, it makes Roz's hair look so sad.
And not
Like she couldn't have brushed it, put it in a ponytail, done something.
rely on
Roz came on this show like this. Like the worst tank top. It looks, I think Paolo said it earlier. It looks like a tankini.
any other validation, whatever it might be, honestly. But you did amazing.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank
and
you for
coming on here.
Thank you for giving me a platform. And I just
Oh, okay, we're done.
want
Of
to say I think
course.
what you do here is really fantastic. And
Thank you.
I took a bit of a look into what you're doing online and everything. And I think you're really killing the game. And,
Thank
and you seem like the
you.
kind of person that like stays in your lane.
Sometimes people just need to talk. I understand that, but I have stuff going on too. Yeah, sometimes you just need to talk, but maybe talk to your therapist.
And mind your business. And I really respect that.
Try to. I
Yeah.
don't have any time to go in any other lanes. I can't deal with it. Okay.
Yes,
I'm
I'm trying
in my little chair and I just.
That's where you know what, I've been there for the past couple months now. It's been fucking nice.
Yeah. It
What about now, Roz? Do you stay in your lane and mind your own fucking business?
is.
Because that's just like, you know, like I said earlier, like I'm not trying to shit talk nobody, but there are unfortunately
Ooh, I think Roz is supposed to have a therapy session this week.
some bad people in my story that are important to the plot.
Yeah.
But I'm just so thankful that they're in my past and I only have good things looking
Growth
out for
from
me.
here.
Growth from here. Amen to
Exactly.
that.
Yes. No, but you're incredible. And like I said, I can't stress enough. I think that all the experiences that you have had have gotten you here today.
This host is so much better than I am. I know my brain would have sizzled at one point. I would be like, shut up. Shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Shut up. Let me ask you a question, and then you can answer said question. I don't want you to detour. Answer what I ask. Okay? Okay.
So they definitely, there's some of them in there that definitely suck and should have never happened. But I think that the best thing that you can do is just be like, they happen, and keep pushing forward and become better.
What I want to know is, what did we do to deserve this? Well, I might have asked what I should react to today, and I received an answer. So
From it, because like you
we're in this.
said, even
But now we're going to be
example
done.
you gave before, like you can either become a monster from something or you can kind of rise above. And yeah, everybody's got their weird things that can be weird. They might not be perfect,
Right.
but like at least you're not a monster. And I feel like that, I always say people can go one of two directions.
Yep.
You know, so I think it's incredible.
And you chose to exploit mental health patients, invade a child's privacy in their email, try to force them to come out, make bigoted statements against gay men.
If you
Anything
can
else?
use even the negative things to your benefit.
Absolutely.
So, and that's what you're doing. And I think it's great. So
Thank
amazing
you.
job. You're welcome.
Hi.
Oh my God, we did it. Okay, I have to go. I hope everyone has a fantastic day. Fuck my life. I'm so glad we are done. We're done. We're done. Oh, isn't that beautiful? Everyone, please have a wonderful rest of your day. Wash your hair, brush your teeth, pee after sex, talk to your doctors before starting or ending a medication, and do good things. I'll see you guys soon.
Feels like we're dancing in the eye of the storm.